Ready? Can we start the program? Okay, so the lead, we are going to start with the participant name, Nila Baradan. So Nila Baradan, are you here?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay, guys, we're going to start. Thank you so much. Once again, believe in yourself. You think you can. Thank you. We start the program.
Hi, I am Neela Bharatan. Today I am going to talk about craft. I think craft are about achieving your goal. I always keep trying if I can't do it until I get it. So I think you should get into crafts and remember this while doing crafts. Always be creative. I like craft because you can make them with anything. Among one of my crafts I liked is space box. I also made a mop using cardboard stick, one of my mom's dress to wipe the floor, small box so I can put the soap and spray the floor. It was fun making the mop myself. I also like the craft because it's very peaceful. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Now we'll be moving on to the next participant, and they will be Aishwarya Aravinda Krishna. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi. Hi. Wanna come? Hi, everybody. I hope you all are doing good. My name is Aishwarya Krishna, and I am in second grade. Today, my topic is who are our real heroes. But first, I want to say thank you to the MTS Youth Committee team for arranging this speech competition for kids to donate money for the COVID-19 patients and people. Who are our real heroes? The real heroes are not superheroes with powers like Superman and Spider-Man. They're the simple heroes that help us survive in this world. My first hero is my parents. My parents helped me survive in this world and made me just how I am now. Probably when I grow up, I will take care of them. My second hero is teachers. My teachers will teach me new things and old things too. My third hero is community helpers. Community helpers help the community, like police officers. They arrange the laws and keep them good. And now builders. Builders build shelter for us to live in and stay happy and safe. Next is doctors and nurses. They help COVID patients if anyone's sick too. Then farmers. Farmers give us fruits, vegetables, and weed. Give us things to eat. And one
time is up.
Okay. Thank
Perfect.
you.
Thank you for your speech, Aishwarya. Before we begin with the next speech, there are certain rules that we would like for you guys to follow. So make sure the participant is in the center of the screen, and so that the judges can be able to see the participant's face and most of the upper body. If there are any technical issues during the participant's speech, you will definitely have a chance to start over. And I would like for you to please say your name, grade, and the title of your speech before you start your presentation. I will announce your name when it is your turn. So once again, thank you, Aishwarya, for your speech. Next up, we have Shashvina Daksha Velkannan. So if you're here, and you can start your speech whenever you're ready to do so.
Yeah, hi. Hi, y'all. My name is Shashmin Daksha. So I'm gonna first we're going to second grade. So I'm turning 8 years old, and 8 take 1 is 7. So now I'm 7. So now I'm 7. So I'm turning out really big. So I have to listen to my mom. But actually, I'm not. I'm seeing iPad without asking. That's funny, but also weird. He's really funny. So let's start this topic. My topic is about my imaginary friend. They cannot be seen by anybody until I see him. Because we like the same things, like eating fruits, Oreos, and pasta. He helps us with all the troubles and to have a fun time. He pulls lots of pranks on me, and that's funny. Really funny. And that's funny. Really funny. We both dance and play day and night without getting tired. He hugs me when I'm sad, and I had no one to play. I had no one to play. I have a brother. He does not play with me, but he's now on his PS4. 1 hour to 2 hours. He never plays with me, ever. There is no dispute between us. Even my mom controls me a lot. They say a dream will come true. One day that's happened on my birthday. My dad dragged a huge box to my bedroom, and with wrapping paper, and when I saw inside, can someone guess it? Okay, no one can guess it. It was my imaginary friend. He was my imaginary friend the whole time. He was sleeping whole time in the chair. Say hi. We say hi. Hi. He is my best companion for me ever and my best friend ever. Hope you'll enjoy it. Bye. And he always does a trick to me. Say hi. Bye. Good boy. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much for your speech, Sashvina. Now we'll move on to the next person, and that's going to be Pragati Vijaykumar. Are you here?
Yes.
Okay, begin whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Pragati Vijaykumar. I'm 7 years old. I'm studying in West Westland Elementary School, and I'm in first grade. First of all, before I go on to my topic, I just wanted to say thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity to talk about my speech. First of all, before I go on to my speech, I just wanted to say this is my first speech ever and it's going for a really good cause. Thank you. And now for the topic. The topic I'm going to talk about is a leader who changed the world. You might think, when I say leader, you might think I'm going to talk about Abraham Lincoln, who changed many American lives. But no, you might think I'm going to talk about Gandhi, who saved many Indian lives. But no, you might think I'm going to talk about Badiar, the poet. But no, this leader is not really a leader, but he's a leader to me. This great leader is Mr. Arif Khan. Arif Khan, he was 48 years old. He was born in India, in Delhi, India. He was 48 years old. He had a wife and 4 children. He was an ambulance driver too. Because he was an ambulance driver. What's so special about that? He's special because he carried tons and tons of bodies back to their families. He carried passed away bodies back to their families. He carried COVID-19 patients back to their family. But what's so special about that? That's what ambulance drivers do. This is what is most special about him. He gave how much salary he has. He gave it to the COVID-19 patients so they can be strong and they can be good. Then because he didn't have enough time, he couldn't even go visit his family. He stayed in the ambulance for 6 months in the parking lot. Wow, that's a lot. He ate, he slept in the ambulance, in the parking lot, whenever he had time. Then, because he was the ambulance driver, he was driving back and forth. That's what makes him a very good person. That's what makes him a very good leader. That's why because he's an ambulance driver, tons of people were coming, and that's why he got the COVID and he passed away.
Your time is up.
He was a role model for everyone. He was a role model for everyone after he passed away. So everyone was working together because they showed him like a role model. So Arif Khan is a great leader because he helped tons of people. Arif Khan is a great leader because he sacrificed himself. Arif Khan is a very good leader because he made everyone to work together and make the COVID-19 go away. Thank you all the healthcare workers around the world that are working together and helping this COVID-19 go away. Thank you. Take care. Stay safe.
Okay, thank you so much for your speech, Prakriti. Next up, we have Anandit Srinivasan. Whenever you're ready, please begin your speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anandit Srinivasan. I'm going to 3rd grade, and my topic is asteroid. If you have been checking the gold prices lately, you will know that they have gone up a lot. Don't you wish they were much cheaper and everyone could have a lot of it? Well, I have a solution: asteroid mining. You see, asteroids are filled with gold and other precious metals, if only we can get them back to Earth. First, we need to choose an asteroid. Let's choose Eros in the orbit of Mars. We have already landed on it in 2001. Eros has more gold and silver than ever mined in the history of Earth. My plan is to use electric-powered rockets to fly to Eros. My rockets will be powered by the sun. My rockets will tug Eros back to Earth. Once Eros is close to Earth, we will use Earth's gravity to keep it in place. We'll use giant mirrors to focus sunlight, and that will be our energy source to separate the dense and heavy elements from the light elements. So how do we get all the precious metals back to Earth? I'll use space trucks, which are just modified spaceships, to get the precious metals back to Earth. As anything in life, practice makes perfect. And by each mission, we will get better and better at asteroid mining. Maybe gold will be worth less than plastic, and the cost of a smartphone will come down too. $10, anyone? What do you think? I think we just have to wait and see. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that speech. Now we're going to go to Sadvish Durja Velkanan. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sarvesh, and I'm in grade 7, going to grade 8. So technically, I am in grade 8, but yeah, it always messes me up. But anyway, my topic is about what would happen if robots rule over us humans. So I've been thinking about this every day, day to night, about what would really happen. What tragic events would happen during the rule of robots? Hey, that's actually a great name for if there ever happened, but hopefully it doesn't. I finally got the chance to speak up and predict what might actually happen. So firstly, I'm gonna be talking about the topics. So firstly, I think robots would first take over our job because, there's some factories, they are like run by robots. Like for example, toothpaste factories. Like when the toothpaste cap gets screwed on, they're screwed on by robots. Yeah, and let me think. Oh yeah, and when like construction site areas, when there's some heavy material, like the robots comes and picks up the material and keeps it somewhere else. That's also one of the things that robots do. Imagine if since because of this pandemic, everyone's in lockdown when it first started. Imagine if the robots are still screwing on the caps when all of the factories are closed down. That would be funny. So anyway, back to the topic. Secondly, I think the robots would take it to the next level by choosing all the humans that were kind and didn't, protest or do anything about getting the news that robots started ruling over humans. And they just stayed calm about it. Didn't do any fights or protests or nothing. And they just stay there. And the robots would keep them as servants and like their assistants. So if the robot wants to drink something, like the human would come and get it for him. You know what an assistant is though. So and the robots would keep all the the angry people, angry humans who protested and started throwing firebombs, all of the bad stuff, and they would keep them in a small dungeon that is compact and would no air would bleed through it. So the robots would make all of the humans suffer and let them starve. Thirdly, the robots might wait. Imagine if there's a king robot who throws the actual king in a dog cage. That would be funny. Okay, so anyway, back to my topic. Thirdly, the robots might replace every human in the dungeon as robots. So they would replace all of their inner organs and replace it with hard disks, to each body part, and program it to mine coal. and they would use them for mining coal to get more money so they can rule the world even more. Eventually, when all of the robots gets like money from the coal mining, which like from the people in the dungeon, so we can call them human/robots. So humbots, I guess. So like when like all of their when they like mine coal, and when all of the money goes to the robots, the robots would travel to another place like aliens. They would form a gang, and they would send the robots to another planet to rule over aliens while ruling Earth too. So this is my explanation of what would really happen if robots rule over us humans. So let's all hope that doesn't happen, because I'm already tired of this pandemic that's happening right now, and I do not want to face another one. So let's all hope that doesn't happen. But I'm pretty sure that this might happen because Elon Musk said that AI might take over the world. So let's all hope that doesn't happen anyway. Okay, thanks for listening. Wait, imagine if we have to ask robots if we have to breathe like each long, like how long we can breathe. That would be funny too. So thanks for listening to my prediction. Thanks for listening. Bye.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your speech, Sarvesh. Next up, we have Yugen Araguvelan. If you're here, you can start whenever you're ready. And remember, relax, take a deep breath. It's okay. You got this. Do we not have Yugen here with us? Okay, I'm gonna assume that he's not here. So moving on to the next participant, that's Prisha Jayamurgan. If you're here, please begin your speech when you're ready. And again, take a deep breath, you got this.
Okay, thank you. So, hello one and all present here. My name is Prisha Jayamurgan, but Prisha J for short. And I'm going to 9th grade. So the topic of my speech is called My Favorite Place. So the name of my favorite place is Germany. My favorite country is Germany. Germany is the 4th largest country in area in Europe, with a total area of 356,970 square kilometers, also officially the Federal Republic of Germany. The country has a varied terrain that ranges from low-lying coastal flats along the north of the Baltic Seas to a central area of rolling hills and river valleys, to heavily forested mountains and snow-covered Alps in the south. Germany is a federal parliamentary republic of 16 states, which is quite a lot. So the capital and the largest city in Germany is Berlin. Its landscape is varied from castles sitting in crevices of capped mountains to medieval villages bursting with life. Germany has a long, complex history and rich culture, but it did not become a unified nation until the 1871. Before that, Germany had been a confederacy. This extraordinary country has a population of more than 81 million inhabitants, and 1/3 of it is still covered in forests and woodlands. Germany is overwhelmingly urban, and most people lead a prosperous and comfortable lifestyle with adequate leisure time and comprehensiveness. Germany is mostly known for cars, beer, bread, sausages, football, medieval remains, castles and monuments, festivals and carnivals, and free education. Germany has beautiful places to visit. Some of the most important and mostly visited ones are the Cologne Cathedral, the Neuschwanstein Castle, the Hohenschwangau Castle, car museums like the BMW, Audi, Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, etc. There are also more than 2,100 castles in Germany, most of which are very, very old. Germany's cuisine is made up of many different local and regional cuisines, reflecting the country's federal history. Germany itself is a part of a larger cultural region, Central Europe, sharing many traditions with neighboring countries such as Poland and the Czech Republic. Southern regions like Bavaria and Swabia share dishes with Austrian and parts of Swiss cuisine. Germany is also known as a country of poets and thinkers. German culture has been influenced and shaped throughout Germany's rich history.
Time is up. Thank you for your participation.
Okay. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you so much for your speech, Prisha. Is Harshika Prabhu there?
Hello guys, I would like to say we have to give 45 seconds gap to the judges because that's the time they able to score each individuals. So just give 45 seconds to them. Thank you.
Harshika, you can start your speech in a few seconds, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so the judges are ready. So Harshika, just remember that you can do it. Just take a quick deep breath and you'll do great. You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, my name is Harshika Prabhu, and I'm a second grader. I live in Dallas, Texas. Today I'm going to talk about my dream vacation. Have you ever heard of a dream? No, I'm not talking about the dream that you get when you sleep. I am talking about the dream that doesn't let you sleep. A dream vacation is something that you dreamt about. A place that is imagination, glorious, and adventurous. I kept thinking about cruising the ocean, staying on an island, and hiking on top of the mountain. Did you know I'm not scared of heights? All those were in my bucket list for many days. But one fine day, my superhero, my dad, booked some tickets to go to Alaska, one of the glorious places in the world. And did you know that's my dream vacation? The majestic beauty of Alaska was more than my expectations. Can you believe gorgeous Mountain Alley, the third largest peaks in the planet, is in front of me? My dad took us in a private jet to see all of the wonderful mountains around us. We landed on a glacier. It was like heaven. I haven't seen anything super wonderful as this. Then we stayed in an island called Kodiak. Did you know Kodiak is home for the brown bears? We went there by a ship. Oh, what a journey that was! Deep inside the mountains, we saw glaciers. Then we went hiking. We went hiking on a very steep mountain. First we were like, oh yay, it's fun. But then we were like, it's super hard. My baby brother, who's only 3 years old, he told us we can do it. And we were almost there 2,000 feet. But then right in the middle of the trail, we saw a big glacier. Dun, dun, dun. Oh no, what should we do? There's two options. Either go back down, which is difficult and impossible, or either go past the glacier. Our dad said, don't take the chance of going on the glacier, because if we went on the glacier, if we took a wrong step, then we'll tumble down 2,000 feet, which is scary. Oh, we can't even take a chance going back because we tried our hard work going up. We can't just go back. Thank goodness this nice gentleman helped us go past this glacier. He was so nice. Then we reached on top of the peak. And
Your
for our
time is up.
show,
Thank you for your
then-
participation.
thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your wonderful speech, Harshika, about your dream vacation. That was wonderful to know about. Next up, we have Nakshatra Arun Bharati. We'll give you 30 seconds to make sure you have your camera set in place. You're supposed to be in the center of the frame, and make sure you have your little introduction, your name, your grade, and the title of your speech mentioned before you start. So you have 30 seconds to make sure you do that while the judges are done scoring Harshika's speech. Thank you, and you can start in another 30 seconds.
Hey guys, all the participants, you guys are doing really great. I would learn from you guys today. You had a wonderful speech, different topics. Your thinking is totally different. Definitely, it was a wonderful day today.
Okay, perfect. Now we'll be moving on to the next participant, which is Nakshatra Arun Bharati. If you're here, please start your speech whenever you're ready. Do we not have Nakshatra here today? Okay, I'm gonna take that as a no. So we'll be moving on to our next participant, which is Neha Nadira Rakesh. So if you're here, please let me know that you're here and then start your speech whenever you're ready.
Yeah. Live from NPR News, this is Neha reporting from McKinney. On May 25th, 2020, Black man George Floyd was murdered in Minneapolis, Minnesota while being arrested on suspicion. Today, I will be talking about a leader who changed the world. Without an activist like Martin Luther King, the world should have never been at peace. He used his words instead of his fists to fight for freedom. Although there have been many people who had fought for the same thing like him, I felt that he fought for the same thing in a unique way. His speeches, protests, and rejections have shown that the world can be better than how it was. When George Floyd died, protests happened, and MLK's footsteps influenced them to do these protests. And over 15 million people have fought for for George Floyd's rights, for George Floyd's death. And over 60 countries have also fought for George Floyd's death. MLK had also taught me something very important that I try to use in life, which is to overcome both anger and fear. Like once, when I was eating lunch with my friends, two of them were playing with a Barbie doll, and my friend wanted to use it. So I overcame both anger and fear and made those girls give the doll to my friend. And to conclude, I have made a poem. If the world was full of anger, it would be flying like a hanger. If the world was full of fear, that would just steer us to the ground. So we have to use all our might and things are just going to be right. Thank you.
Hi, Neha. Hi, that was a really, really good speech. I really liked how inquisitive and informative it was. And we're going to wait for another 20 seconds until the judges are good with their grading of your speech. And it was really good, by the way. So we'll wait until that, and then we'll call up the next participant, and that's going to be Yuvan Dhanapal. So stay ready while you're doing that.
Hi, my name is Yvonne, and I'm going to fourth grade. And today my topic is about what I want to be when I grow up. Today, I want to today my topic is game development.
Hey, Yuan, take a deep breath. It's okay. You can always start over if you're feeling overwhelmed, okay? Take a few more seconds and then start whenever you're ready. It's all good. You got this.
Yuan, you can do it, Yuan. You can do it. Okay, relax and take a break and take a deep breath.
Hi, my name is Yvonne. I'm going into fourth grade, and my topic is for today game development. What I want to be when I grow up. When I grow up, I want to be a game developer. Why? What are you going to use to develop your games? You may ask. I'm using Roblox Studio. In Roblox Studio, it has everything.
That's okay, Yuan. You can come back anytime whenever you are ready. So we move to another participant. I would like to call Yugan Alaguvelan. I think he is from India. Yugan, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, the committee lead, would you please start with Yugan? Yugan?
Yes.
Yeah, whenever you are ready, relax, take a deep breath. You are here on the stage.
Okay.
Thank you for joining from India.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Yuga Nargavelan here from third grade and who's about to talk about a leader who changed the world. Who is a leader? A leader is one who has a positive impact on society. It could be through their thoughts or actions or principles. Even though they are gone, we still follow their thoughts and actions. That is a quality of a good leader. Today I'm going to talk about one among those great leaders who has held many titles so as revolutionary, activist, prisoner, and even a prisoner for a lifetime. He is none other than Sir Nelson Mandela, the first black president of South Africa and has won a Nobel Peace Prize. If you are put in prison for 30 years, we feel our life is gone. But this man was fighting against apartheid in his home country of South Africa, fighting against South African segregation. This led to his imprisonment, in which he spent a staggering 27 years. After a powerful international campaign for his freedom, Mandela was finally freed in 1990. He went on to become the president of South African National Congress, which made way to become the first black president of South Africa. He was rebuilding the economy by uniting citizens and made South Africa to the world stage. The kind of persistence he had made the whole world look back at him as a respectful leader till now. He is a role model for forgiveness, patience, perseverance, and inspiration for millions of people all around the world. You can also know more about him in his book, The Struggle is My Life. Thank you, MTS Youth Committee, for giving me this opportunity to share a few words about this great leader. Thank you.
Hey, Yugan and Yugan parents, thank you so much for you guys. I think you are passing midnight time, but still you are awake and you did really good job. Thank you once again. Thank you to your parents as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yugan. And your speech is very interesting. I really liked how you gave an example as well. And now, next we're gonna go on to Yvonne Dunapal. Are you ready now? Or do you need some extra time?
I'll let you know when he is, because I'm texting him right now to make sure he can respond back before he's ready. So until then, I think we can move on to the next person for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the next person will be Adolf Thangamani. Are you ready? Is Adolf Thangamani here? Okay, I assume that he's not here. So the next person is going to be Akash Santabhakta. Is he there?
Yes.
Okay, great. So just remember that you can do it. Just take a deep breath before you start, and you can start whenever you're ready.
A very fine good afternoon to everyone and respected judges. I welcome you all. I am Akash and I am doing 4th grade, and today I am going to talk about a world famous leader. A dream is not that which you see while you sleep. It is something that does not let you sleep. Do you know his mantra is this? Yes. The missile man of India, a great scientist and people's president, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Dr. Kalam was born on October 15, 1931 in a small town of Rameswaram in Tamil Nadu. His family was under a poor background and he was the youngest of his 4 elder brothers and 1 sister. Despite his family situation, he was very determined in his studies and earned a aerospace engineering from Madras Institute of Technology. Dr. Kalam joined the DRDO as a scientist in 1958, and in 1963, he joined the ISRO as an Indian Space Research Organization. He developed the world-class missile Agni, Prithvi, and Akash, and many more with remarkable improvements which led our India towards growth. Dr. Kalam was elected as the 11th President of India in 2002 and served the nation until 2007. Dr. Kalam was the 3rd President to be honored with the Bharat Ratna, India's most highest honorable award. After presidency, Dr. Kalam spent a lot of time with children. He delivered his motivational speeches. One of his famous quotes was, "If you want to shine like a sun, first burn like a sun." Dr. Kalam launched a program for youth that said, "What can I give you with a team of beating corruption?" Dr. Kalam encouraged people to plant trees. His vision was 1 billion trees for 1 billion people by 2016 and make a difference to our planet. Dr. Kalam received 7 honorary doctorates from 40 universities. He got the Padma Bhushan in 1981, the Padma Vibhushan in 1990, and in 1997, Dr. Kalam received India's highest honorable award, the Bharat Ratna. Dr. Kalam wrote valuable books to convey his thoughts to the society. India's 2020, a vision for the new millennium, Wings of Fire. An autobiography of Dr. Kalam, The Ignited Minds, Unleashing the Power Within India. And in July, Dr. Kalam breathed his last on July 27, 2015 in a I am Chilang. While giving a speech, he collapsed with a sudden cardiac arrest. Dr. Kalam's birthday, October 15, is declared as World Student Day. Though Dr. Kalam not presenting among us today, his great works and contributions will stay with us forever. So we feel proud about his sir, all the way from Tamil Nadu to a world famous leader. Hats off. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, Akash. I loved your speech. And did you know that he always wears outfits similar to the one you're wearing right now? Yeah, I really like that. You were so into your character. Perfect. So thank you for your speech. Have a good rest of your day. Until then, we'll move on to our next participant, which is Kavin Rajesh Khanna. Let me know if you're...
I'm here.
Perfect. Okay, so take 30 seconds to fix your camera. Turn your camera on. Put yourself in the center of the stage. Make sure your face and upper body is visible to your judges. Perfect. And take 30 seconds. Take a deep breath. Calm down. You got this. Okay? By the time we give the judges time to finish scoring the previous speeches, just don't worry, relax until then. And in approximately 30 seconds, you can start your speech when you're ready. Okay?
Okay.
Perfect.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kavin. One day, my teacher asked where they want to live when they grow up. My friends before me picked one continent each. I was 8th on the list, but there were no more continents left. Aww. I know there are 7 other planets than Earth. Maybe I can choose one of them. How about Mercury? It's the first planet in our solar system. A year on Earth is 4 years on Mercury. I'd be eligible to get a driving license and drive a car super duper fast. But it's 800 degrees in the morning, too hot, and minus 300 degrees in the nighttime, too cold. Maybe not Mercury. How about Venus? Venus has no oxygen. Oxygen! Oxygen! I need oxygen to breathe! Let's try Mars. It'll take 10 months to go there. By then, I'd be thirsty. Water! Water! Is there any water on Mars? What? No water? To Jupiter it is then. Jupiter is the biggest planet. But it spins too fast. I'm feeling dizzy. Maybe Saturn. Look at its beautiful rings made out of ice. But in Saturn, it's too windy. I'm flying! I'm flying! I'm flying to Uranus! A season on Uranus is 20 years. That means 20 years of summer. Hooray! But that also means 20 years of winter. To Neptune it is then. Neptune is blue, my favorite color. But it's too dark and too cold because it's far away from the sun. No more options left. I know. I can choose Earth, my beautiful Earth. It's the only planet with water, oxygen, and everything I need to survive. Earth is my only option, our only option. I'm going to take good care of it. I will educate myself to protect, preserve, and restore this wonderful planet. Taking care of Earth is not just a responsibility, but a necessity. Come on, let's work together so future generations can stay in this home and stay safe. Thank you.
Hi, Kevin. I really liked how enthusiastic your speech was. I really liked your gestures. I see that you've put a lot of work into it, so great job on that. And
Thanks.
now, no problem. Now we're going to move on to the next person, and that is going to be Kavin Venkateshan. So if you're here, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, great. So before you start, just some quick reminders. Make sure that you're in front of the camera and you say your name, your grade, and that should be it. And you say your name and grade, and just make sure that you can do it, and just put some deep breaths on and just relax. And you can start whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Kavin Mangat, and I'm going to 4th grade. And my favorite sport is soccer. And soccer is the most common known sport, and it's played with teams of players. It's also called, and did you know soccer is also called associations of football? For short, people call it football. But in United States of America, they already have a sport called football. So Germans and other people from other continents and countries had to keep on practicing saying soccer so they could get used to it. And soccer in football.org, I found so much facts. Like in Japan, they used to punch the ball, and in different countries, and they used to play for ceremony. And in Europe, they finally found they made so much new rules, like no hands, to separate it from rugby. And then in England, they made something called FIFA. FIFA they added so much new rules, and that's how we play soccer right now. And the equipment you need to play soccer are shin guards, socks, and cleats, which are also called soccer shoes. And my favorite position to play is left forward. Even though I'm not a lefty, I still like it. And my favorite soccer player is Lionel Messi. I think about him. I think about growing like him to become a professional soccer player. And I hope you had fun, and bye.
Hi, Kevin. Perfect. Thank you for an amazing speech. Soccer is actually my favorite sport, so I'm really glad I got to hear some new information about soccer that I actually didn't know until you told me about it. So thank you. Have a good rest of your day. Until then, we'll move back to a participant that did not get an opportunity to finish their speech. That's Yuvan Dhanapal. And just wait until you get a heads up from the judge, because either of the judges will be letting you know when to begin. But until then, you have about 30 seconds to make yourself comfortable. And again, you got this. Don't worry. Take a deep breath, just relax and start your speech. Okay, just wait until the judges say begin. But until then, just know you got this, okay? You don't need to be super worried, overwhelmed. You got this, don't worry. Okay, you know what? You can start now. The judges are ready for you.
Hi, my name is Yvonne. I'm going into 4th grade, and today my topic is what I want to be when I grow up. When I grow up, I want to be a game developer. What would I develop on, you may ask? I'm developing on Roblox Studio. Roblox Studio is a platform that you can do whatever you want. It also has automated code that you can easily make 3D games with no code at all. It's very fun, and also you can do it whenever time. You can do it when you're maybe 9, or maybe you could do it when you're 13, whatever time, as long as you have internet, of course. So where does this Roblox Studio go and make the games, you may say? It goes on Roblox. If you don't know what Roblox is a 3D game, just like as Roblox Studio, and you can do you can see any game created by any person in the whole entire world. Maybe you like playing a game from Brazil that's so far away, but you can do it with only 2 clicks. That's right, 2. Also, if you just want to make a simple game, maybe like a role-playing game, all you just have to do, like see a tutorial on what you want to do, because Roblox has a ton of tutorials for you. so you can make your game the perfect and the best. Also, if you want to go more into it, make your game interactive, you might need to want to know scripting. Scripting is also known as Lua coding. Lua coding consists of two kinds, kind of. There's the server side and the client side. The server side is what everybody can see, or specifically what the server can see. The client side is only what one player can see. For example, if the server side could be like, everybody could see it, like if one person teleports here to there, they'd be teleported. But if you try to do that with the client side, it could not be teleported. But at the same time, if you want to open a GUI, you can do it with the server or the client side. The client side would work best because only one player can click the button and it'll show it on one. Instead of one person clicks the button and everybody can see it. There's also a ton of services like cloud service, maybe social service, server storage, and all those things like that. It's super simple. And also, if Roblox tutorials aren't enough for you, you can easily just go find a tutorial somewhere else, like the dev form. The dev form is where you can hire people and whatnot like that.
Your time is up. Thank you for your participation.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Evan. It was such a good speech. I really like Roblox too, so I'm glad that you did a speech that was related to one of my interests. And now we're going to move on to Adolf Tangamani. Are you there?
Hey, Yuvan, I would like to say a few words to you. Thank you so much for coming back. You didn't quit. You came back and you gave a speech. Good job.
Yeah, same. He sent a private message saying that he was ready whenever I was. I was not expecting that kind of attitude. So good job, Yuvan. And your speech turned out so awesome. You didn't have to worry about anything. So I'm so proud. That makes me really happy. Good job.
My name is Adolf Tangamani. I'm in third.
Okay, do you mind giving us 30 seconds so the judges are done scoring the previous speeches?
Yeah, okay.
Until then, just maybe get a sip of water, take a deep breath, position yourself perfectly, revise a few points that you want to mention in your speech, okay?
Okay.
Okay, perfect. The judges are ready for you. You can start whenever you're good to go.
Hello, my name is Adolf Tangamani. I finished third grade and I'm going to fourth. Today I'm going to talk about books. Have you ever read a book? Well, of course you have. Books are a part of our daily lives. People read books to I forgot. Can I take a break?
Yeah, it's
yeah,
okay.
Of course, you can restart. We can call somebody else, and then whenever you're ready, you can give it again. No problem.
Okay, it's okay. You got this. Just revise once more, and you'll do great. You'll do great. Don't worry.
Okay, so while Adolf Tangamani takes some time to revise and then does it again, we'll have Nanda Satish. Is she there? Is Nanda Satish here? Okay, I assume that she's not here. So now we'll be going for Rohan Suresh. Is Rohan Suresh here? Is Rohan Suresh here?
I'm here.
Okay, great. So just some quick words. Just remember that you can do it. Take a deep breath, drink some water, and you can do a great job. Don't worry about it. And you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. My name is Rowan Suresh. I'm going to fourth grade. My topic is our solar system. There are 8 planets that rotate around the sun.
Hey, Rohan, do you mind turning your video on?
Okay.
Perfect. We would love to see you while you're presenting your speech. There we go. Perfect. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt. You can start again.
There are 8 planets that rotate around the sun. We call that an orbit. The planets are Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Some planets are so hot that metal will melt on the surface. Others are freezing cold. Some planets are small and rocky. Others are big and gassy. In our solar system, astronomers often divide planets into 2 groups to help compare them. There are the inner planets and the outer planets. Astronomers divide planets into 2 categories. They're called the terrestrial and Jovian planets. The terrestrial planets are the inner planets, and they are closest to the sun. Terrestrial planets are Earth-like planets made up of rock or metal with hard surfaces, and also have molten metal cores and few moons. The terrestrial planets in our solar system are Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. The Jovian planets are the outer planets, and they're further away, larger, and made up of mostly gas and ice. The Jovian planets in our solar system are Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Did you know the solar system formed around 4.6 billion years ago? For thousands of years, humans were unaware of the solar system and believed that Earth was the center of the universe. You wouldn't be able to walk on Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune because they had no solid surface.
Hey, Rohan. Okay, can you maybe move your mic a little further away from your mouth? Just a little further away. And do you see the little wire that connects? Yeah, don't make sure not to touch the wire. Okay, so if you touch it, we'll be able to hear like a little echo when you're speaking. And the judges need to be able to hear your wonderful speech. So we need to make sure that we get exactly what you're trying to say, right? So do you mind starting over for us? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Perfect. That's amazing. Just don't move anything and make sure you keep a distance between your mic and your mouth, and you're perfectly good to go.
There are 8 planets that rotate around the sun. We call that an orbit. The planets are Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Some planets are so hot that metal will melt on the surface. Others are freezing cold. Some planets are small and rocky. Others are big and gassy. In our solar system, astronomers often divide planets into 2 groups to help compare them. There are the inner planets and the outer planets. Astronomers divide the planets into 2 categories. They're called the terrestrial and Jovian planets. The terrestrial planets are the inner planets, and they're closest to the sun. Terrestrial planets are Earth-like planets made up of rock or metal with hard surfaces, and also have a molten metal core and few moons. The terrestrial planets in our solar system are Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. The Jovian planets are the outer planets, and they're further away, larger, and made up of mostly gas and ice. The Jovian planets in our solar system are Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Did you know the solar system formed around 4.6 billion years ago? For thousands of years, humans were unaware of the solar system and believed that Earth was at the center of the universe. You wouldn't be able to walk on Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune because they have no solid surface. If you could fly a plane to Pluto, the trip would take about more than 800 years. An asteroid about the size of a car entered Earth's atmosphere roughly once a year, but it burned up before it reaches us. Phew. Most of the planets in our solar system rotate in counterclockwise direction. However, Venus and Uranus actually spin in the opposite direction. Conclusion. Various planets that form part of our solar system have their unique features and all are different from each other in several ways. I'm done.
Okay, perfect, Rohan. We could hear you just fine this time. Thank you for your wonderful speech about solar systems and the multiple planets in it. I loved hearing about it. So have a good rest of your day because you just gave us an amazing speech. So moving on to the next participant, before I address newer participants, I would love to know if there are people who are ready to go again. So Adab Tangamani, since you didn't get a chance to finish your speech, are you ready now?
Yes.
Are you? Okay, perfect. Then you can start whenever you're ready.
Hello. Hello, everybody. My name is Adav Tangamani. I finished 3rd grade and I'm going to 4th. Today I'm going to talk about books. Have you ever read a book? Well, of course you have. Books are a part of our daily lives. People read books to entertain themselves, to learn new things, to introduce themselves to a world of imagination, and to improve their reading and writing skills. Books can be about almost anything, from lizards to dragons. Fiction books are books that are about things that are not real. Nonfiction books are books that are about things that are real or are about true stories. Magazines are a type of book that shows you what is happening currently. Like if someone made a world record or made a new invention in science. I love reading books. It's one of my most favorite things to do. Usually when I read books, time just flies by, so I usually don't have much books to read, especially during quarantine when like I can't go to the library and get new books. And like Dr. Seuss said, wherever you see, magic is wherever you see, sit back and relax and read a book. Or like, my favorite books are Wings of Fire, a chapter book, Percy Jackson, and Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Good books teach you things like good friends do. Friendship with good books makes you a good person. Books will always be with you. The end.
Thank you so much, Adav. I really liked your speech. Books are something that we all use, but we usually forget how important they are to our daily lives. So I'm really glad that you did your speech on that. And now we're going to move on to
volunteers. Can we give a big clap to Adav because he didn't quit, he came back to the speech.
Clap.
Thank you, Adav. Good job.
Thank you, Adav. Okay, now we are going to go to Nakshatra Arunbharti. Are you there? Nakshatra, are you there?
Lead, you guys can call the previous, the absent participants, those who did not join it.
Nakshatra was supposed to join, but if she's not here, then we can go to the next person. The next person is going to be Sajan Balamurgan. Are you there? Sajan Balamurgan? Okay, so I assume that he's not here. So the next person is going to be Sandhya Murali Patasati. Are you there? Sandhya Murali Patasati. Okay, so she's not there either. And next person is Tejasvi Gopalakrishnan there?
I'm here.
Okay, great. So just remember that you can do it, take a quick breath, maybe drink some water, and you can start whenever you're ready.
Can I start? Yeah, you can. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, I'm Tejasvi Gopalakrishnan, and I'm going to 5th grade. And the topic I'm going to be talking about is discrimination. Discrimination is basically very wrong and unforgiving and unfair. It's basically the treatment of treating people different from yourself. Where can discrimination happen? Discrimination can happen anywhere. From the street to your home, to your workplace, or your school. How many times types of discriminations are there? The most common are 4 types: age discrimination, religion discrimination, gender discrimination, and I'm going to be talking about 2 of them: age discrimination and religion discrimination. Age discrimination is basically treating people because they're old or they're way too young. Many people, when they have age discrimination, do not take older people in jobs. If the older person was the only person who worked in the family, that would cause a lot of problems to their family. And that causes a lot of change to our society. Age discrimination is a very good point of life, and some villages kill people because they're way too old and they're very useless. At least that's not what I think. Then, the second topic of discrimination I'm going to be talking about is religion discrimination. Religion discrimination is very wrong. You are basically telling to other people that their beliefs don't matter. Everybody has their own beliefs, but we do not have any rights to tell them that that's wrong, that's not right, and you cannot believe in that. It's just wrong. It's like when you have an egg, the inside of the egg is your religion, your beliefs. When you crack it open, you are breaking the shell of the person and cracking their beliefs, which is very, very wrong. Discrimination is one unfair treatment that should never happen to anybody in this world. Rules have been set, laws have been made, and leaders have fought, like Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, and Malala. But to honor their work, we need to take possibilities into our own hands and tell that discrimination is wrong and we should stop it to get world peace. Signing off is Stages Week of Paul Christian. And before I sign off, I would like to tell that thank you, MTS Youth Committee, for this offer.
Good job. Your time is up. Thank you for your participation.
Okay, Tejasvi, thank you so much for giving an amazing speech about a very sensitive topic about discrimination in the current world. It's something that a lot of people don't address, even though it happens pretty much everywhere around the world. And I love how you mentioned there were different types of discrimination. That was really interesting. So thank you for that. So our next presenter is actually someone that we missed before. So Adira S. Krishna, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, perfect. We would love to give you like 30, 45 seconds so that the judges have time to score the other speeches. Until then, make sure you have your camera on, you set yourself in the center of the focus, take a deep breath, maybe have a little bit of water, revise the points you want to mention in your speech, and in about 30 seconds, I'll let you know when you can start, okay? Does that sound good? Okay, perfect.
Hi, my name is Adira S. Krishna and today...
Wait. Oh, Sumita, could you wait for a few seconds until I get a second confirmation from the judges to make sure they're ready? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, Sumita, the judges are ready for you. You can start whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Adira S. Krishna and today I'll be talking about art. Also, I'm in fifth grade and I'm 10 years old. First of all, I'm gonna thank all of you guys for this great opportunity. I'm really grateful to help you guys do So today my topic will be why you should like art just like me. First, what kind of art are there? Well, there are portrait art, abstract, mandala, illustration, cartooning, color block, tribal art, folk art, aboriginal art, pot painting, dot painting, and even more. Believe me. But what should I use to draw? Well, there are many things. There are color pencils, graphite pencils, pastel pencils, oil pastel, chalk pastel, brushes, chalk art, acrylic, oil painting, and even more. But what kind of methods? Well, the answer is right here. You can blend, you can dab, you can splash, you can add texture, you can use blocking, and you can use resins. But what makes art even more beautiful is when you're free, relaxed, and happy. What if I have hard feelings and then I can't do art when I'm sad or mad or too excited? I'll jump up and do everything's really wrong. Well, I'll tell you this, that's a lie. You can do anything. With any feelings, you can do anything. You can draw your feelings. You can draw how you feel. But you can also draw your memories. You can draw the past, the future, and the past, present, and future. But the most magnificent, awesome masterpieces when you draw your life. Your life has many things, and if you just draw it in one masterpiece, everybody will say, wow. Well, I'll tell you this, guys. Every single person born in this world is an artist. Let's make this world more colorful and a happy place. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that really cool speech. I loved it so much, and I could actually really relate to it. And now we're going to check if some of the people who weren't able to come when I called them before are able to come now. So we'll start off with Nakshatra Arnbarti. Are you there? Nakshatra Arnbarti? Okay, we can assume that she's not here yet. Next, we're going to call Nanda Satish. Are you there? Nanda Satish? Okay, Nanda Satish is also not here yet. Next is Sandhya Murali Parthasarthi here. Are you there? Okay, so we see that none of the people who weren't there before are here now. So let's just move on to the next person. So that's going to be Tanishka Karthik. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, great. So just keep the rules in mind on staying in front of the camera, and make sure that you take a deep breath before you start. You can do it. You don't have to worry about anything. And you can start whenever you're ready.
My name is Tanishka and I'm going to 4th grade and I'm going to talk about floating rocks. Have you ever heard of a rock that can float? Yes, you heard me right. There are rocks that can float. This is Tanishka and I'm going to talk about floating rocks. The Adams Bridge, where it is present and why it floats on water. The mystery belongs to Rameshwaram in Tamil Nadu. There is a bridge of floating stones known as Ram Setu across the Pamban Island of India to Mannar Island in Sri Lanka. So what makes the rocks float on water? There's very high temperatures in volcanoes of about 1600 degrees Celsius. When the hot lava comes out of the volcanoes and meets the cool air and cool water, the cool air and cool water get in the pores of the rock, which makes them lightweighted so it floats. Usually rocks don't float, but in this case, there's a long bridge of stones of about 30 kilometers long and 3-kilometer wide bridges floating between India and Sri Lanka.
Actually, a pumice rock is a stone. It is made from hot flowing lava from volcanoes. Battle between science and spirituality is running over a decade. Science relies on logic, facts, and proofs, whereas spirituality is largely related to belief. According to Hindu belief, Ram Setu was built by Lord Rama to cross the sea. Stones used to make the bridge floated on water because Rama was written on stones. But there's a complete scientific explanation why stones floated on water and now why Ram Setu is underwater. If add a tablet and shell of silica, it would look like a stone but would be very light and would thus float. Another example is ice. When put into glass having liquid, after some time it sinks. Until the scientists come up with a condensable theory, maybe we can consider Ram Setu as an engineering masterpiece. NASA satellite footage also reveals the same. Hope you all got some information about floating rocks. The Adams Bridge. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Perfect, Tanishka. That was a really nice speech. I'm actually very passionate about science. So that was really good. That was more information for me because I never really thought about floating rocks and why they float and why some of them don't. So thank you for sharing that information with all of us. I'm pretty sure that was helpful for a lot of people. So thanks for a wonderful speech. Next up, we have Akshara Bharatan. So can you let me know if you're here?
I'm here.
You are? Okay. So we'll give about 30 seconds for the judges to finish scoring the last speech, and you have to wait for a second confirmation. So for now, just you already have your camera on, you're already in the center. Just take a deep breath, maybe a little sip of water, and make sure that you're not super overwhelmed because it's okay. You got this. Don't worry. So 30 seconds, just take it in, sink in that you're going to be presenting. So wait until I give you a second confirmation that the judges are ready, okay? Perfect. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Akshara, you can start your speech now. Good luck.
Hi, my name is Akshara, and I'm 10 years old. Today I'm going to be talking about my favorite place in the world. I've been to many places in the world. They've all left good memories. I'm sure all of you have one place that you love to go. For me, I love going to my cousin's place. They live in Texas. We go there at least once a year. Texas is my favorite place because I've only been there for vacation, so all the jolly memories I remember take place there. My cousins also make my visits way more cheerful. As soon as I go to Texas, I have a lot of people surrounding me so suddenly, so it's like hanging out with friends I haven't seen in a long time, and it technically is. I love to go somewhere new for vacation, and because I love to learn about different cultures and how it's like in that place. So when I go to Texas, it's not exactly different from where I am right now, South Carolina, but the environment changes completely, and not for a single second is there silence. When I went to Texas for winter break, we surprised my cousins because they didn't know we were coming. We stayed there for almost 3 months. Me, my sister, and my cousins once tried making a cake for Christmas. Baking the cake took very long, and we put a lot of effort in it. The cake looked amazing once we finished it, but looks can be deceiving. The cake was too buttery and too sweet and a little bit too much everything. We tried hard to finish it, but we ended up throwing it away. You might be thinking, that's not a really good memory, but I don't think so. Even though we threw away the cake, we had so much fun making it. Obviously, it was a waste of many sticks of butter and lots of cups of sugar. But what I think is important is the memories we made then. My cousins are like my best friends. I have 2 cousins. One is 10 and one is 15. Since we're all different ages, arguments are bound to rise. I think it's good that we make up sooner or later. That's why arguments don't ruin our time. We always let it go and make it up. My most favorite place in the world is not anywhere complicated. just my cousin's house. It's my favorite place in the world because all the memories like failing at baking a cake and some unreasonable arguments that come up between us. It's a very special place because there are some memories that could only be made then. My cousin's place is only my favorite place because of the hilarious and funny people in it. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to help people who are suffering from COVID from home.
Thank you so much, Akshara. I really liked your speech. I learned a lot about you, especially since you came from Texas, from South Carolina, or was it North Carolina? I'm sorry, I forgot about that. But yeah, I'm so glad that we learned so much about you, and I learned about your cousins as well. Thank you so much for that amazing speech. And now we are going to be going to our next speech. But before that, let's wait for another 20 seconds because our judges need a little bit more time to grade the speeches. So after 20 seconds, we can move on to the next speaker. Okay, so it's been 20 seconds and now we can move on. So the next speaker is going to be Avantika Vetriselvan. Are you there? Oh, I see you. Hi. Okay, so just some quick reminders. Take a deep breath. You can do this and your speech is going to be awesome. You can start whenever you want.
Hi, my name is Avantika and I'm just finished 4th grade and I'm going to talk about my summer vacation, which I just came from 2 days ago. My summer vacation. For the summer, we went to Alaska. It was a pretty long plane ride. We landed in Fairbanks. It was about 1:30 a.m. We got our luggages at baggage claim and we were really surprised to see it so bright. It was around 2 a.m., but it looked like it was 2 p.m. While we were waiting for our cab, huge mosquitoes welcomed us to Alaska. We finally reached the hotel. The next day, we looked around Fairbanks, then we got on a train to go to Anchorage. In the train, there was a bistro, and we got to see moose and bears. In Anchorage, we stayed at a resort named Aliska. It was really big and cool. In the resort, there was a tram that took us to the top of a mountain, and it was filled with snow. It was so fun in the snow. We made a tiny snowman. We decorated the snowman with all the tiny things we found in the snow. The rest of the day, the next day, we went to Homer. We drove for about 3 hours. We met this really nice lady. She owned a shop. She saw that our grandparents were really tired, so she said that they have a few rooms above the store. She asked if we wanted to stay in those rooms for a few hours because we were waiting for our ship. We had a good time on the ship. We landed in Kodiak Island. Kodiak is an island in Alaska. On the ship, we met this other person. He said he owned a restaurant in Kodiak. In Kodiak, we went to Fossil Beach and White Sand Beach, and we were happy to go to their restaurant and meet more kind and helpful people. The next day, we went back to Anchorage, and we went dog sledding. There were 14 dogs that took us. We didn't go on the snow because that would be too cold for my grandparents. We went sledding in the woods. That was still really fun. A lot of people helped us on our trip. I had a really good time in Alaska. I have shared my experience on Alaska's nature and humanity. Let's continue supporting this cause to help people affected by COVID-19 back home. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Avantika, thank you so much for sharing your experience in Alaska. And I feel like, personally, I've never been there. So now hearing your stories, and especially dog sledding, that sounds so much fun. Now I want to go. So I'm glad you had fun. And hopefully a lot of people in here think the same, or if they've never visited like me, they'd probably love to. So thank you for that. But until then, now we have our next participants. And I don't think any of the previous participants that weren't able to join us are still here. So we're going to be moving on to newer participants still. So the next up is Dia Sendel. So can you let me know if you're here? Dia Sendel, are you here? Okay, I'm going to take that as a no and then move on to the next person, which is Kanishka Vijay. Are you here?
Shraddha, you can call the previous participants one more time, those who were absent.
Okay, do you want me to? Okay.
Yes, yeah.
So Nakshatra Arun Bharati, are you still here? Or are you here from the last time you weren't? Okay, I don't think so. And Nanda Satish, are you here? Okay. What about Sandhya Murali Parthasarathi? Okay, so I don't think anyone is here. So for now, yeah, I don't think we're missing anyone else. So we'll be moving on to the next participant. So Dia Sandal, I'm assuming she's not here, and neither is Kanishka Vijay. Let me know if I'm wrong.
Oh, I am here.
Okay, perfect, you're here. So yeah, perfect. Make sure you're in the center of the camera, and it would be great if you could fix your lighting maybe so we can see you better. So
Is this okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Perfect. That's good. So you have about 20 seconds to get ready. Take a deep breath, revise a few points you need to, maybe get a little sip of water. So until then, so we can buy some time for the judges to finish scoring and get ready for your scoring. Okay, so in 20 seconds, I'll let you know when you can begin. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Can I start?
Yes, you can actually. You can start. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Kanishka Vijay, and I'm an incoming fifth grader. Today I'm going to talk about how Malala Yousafzai changed the world into a better place. Due to the COVID pandemic, a lot of people couldn't go to school. Some people feel like this is freedom. On the other hand, some people hate this lockdown. Malala was the second type of person. She loved going to school every day. Let's move back a little for it to make more sense. Malala Yousafzai was a kid that enjoyed going to school every day. In her mind, there are only three things a woman can become: a teacher, a housewife, or a doctor. She wanted to be a doctor, but she would often think that her mother told her that she needs to be something out of the box. So when she thought about it again and again, she set her mind on being a doctor. She studied harder and harder and harder to become a doctor. One night, she was having dinner while seeing the news. In the news, it told that there were people called the Taliban that were invading villages. Malala was very scared, and they told their next attack was Malala's village, Mingora. So at that night, they announced that girls like Malala couldn't go to school. Malala was very sad, depressed, and very jealous of the boys that could go to school. The leader of the Taliban announced that he temporarily closed village schools for girls' schools, and they will be fully closed even after winter break. When her brother started going to school, she was very jealous. So BBC soon started asking her to write diary entries. She also started giving speeches at the same time on how girls should also have an equal opportunity to go to school. So then she wrote diary entries in her pen name Gulmakai. Gulmakai was a girl who fought very strongly during the war. So after that, she wrote speeches once in a day or two. Suddenly, one day when she was coming back from school, I'm sorry, can I start over?
We can hear you. You can continue your speech, no problem.
Can I start over from the beginning, please?
Would you like to? If you want to, yes, you can, but I don't think there was anything wrong with your speech. So if you want to, yes, sure, go ahead.
Okay, I'll start from the beginning.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Kanishka Vijay, and I'm going to be talking about how Malala Yousafzai changed the world into a better place. Malala Yousafzai was a kid that enjoyed going to school every day. Due to the COVID pandemic, a lot of people couldn't go to school.
So some people feel like this is freedom. On the other hand, some people don't like this lockdown. Malala was the second type of person. She loved going to school every day. Let's move back a little for it to make more sense. Malala Yousafzai was a kid that enjoyed going to school every day. Malala Yousafzai was a kid that enjoyed going to school every day. In her times, there are only three things a woman can become: a teacher, a housewife, or a doctor. She would often think that she wanted to be a doctor, but her mom told her that she needs to think of something out of the box. When she thought about it again and again, she set her mind on being a doctor. She wanted to study harder and harder and harder and become a doctor. So one night when she was having dinner, she was seeing the news. In the news, it told that there were people called the Taliban that were invading villages and making them back. So the news told that their next attack was Malala's village, Mingora. Mingora was once a very beautiful, scenic, very good place for tourists to come. But then after the Taliban started invading her village, it started to be a bad place for people to live, and even sometimes animals. So after that, tourists never came to her village, and the leader of the group told that girls like Malala can't go to school. She started giving speeches on how girls should also have an equal opportunity to go to school. So then, BBC asked her that if she could write diary entries on how the village was being invaded by the Taliban. So she started writing diary entries in her pen name, Gumakai. Gumakai was a girl that was very strong during the war. So then she would write diary entries once in a day or two. So after that, one day when she was coming, the Taliban told that girls under year 4 can go to school, but Malala was in year 5. She started acting like she was in year 4, and then she started going to school. Suddenly one day when she was coming home from the bus, one guy with a beard rushed into her bus and asked who Malala was. Her two friends who were sitting beside her turned to her, and then the guy found out who Malala was. He shot her right above her left eye. If he would have gone a little higher, it would have hit her brain. So then he also shot her two friends in their arms and shoulders. So then he just ran away from the bus. They took Malala and her two friends to a nearby hospital, and they told that they can't do anything to them. So they took Malala to a higher level hospital, which was a military hospital. Then they took out the bullet from her forehead, and then they told that she needs to go to England for a higher level surgery. In England, they had to take out a piece of her skull and a piece of her brain to give space for the brain to expand. So after a few months, they also did another surgery for the piece of her skull to be put back into her brain. Even after her surgery, she gave many speeches on how girls should also have an equal opportunity for education. She won the Nobel Peace Prize when she was just 17. So we should learn many things from Malala Yousafzai, who was a very important activist in our history. We should all thank Malala on July 12th, which is Malala Day. And we should all make sure that every single girl in the world gets an education, and they should not be left alone because of poverty, racism, gender, or religion. Thank you.
Hi, Kanishka. Thank you so much for giving a really, really informative speech. Malala is one of my inspirations, and I'm glad that she's one of yours too. And I really liked your speech. It was super inspiring as well. Okay.
Thank you.
So before we call the next person, let's call some people that we called before, but they weren't able to come. So we'll start off with Nakshatra Arunbarthi. Are you there? Nakshatra Arunbarthi? Okay, so she's still not here. Next, Nanda Satish, are you there? Nanda Satish? Okay, so she's also not there. And then next is Sandhya Murali Parthasarthi there? Are you there? Okay, so she is not there too. And then, okay, so now that we see that okay, so now we can go to Nitin Saravanan. Are you there? Nitin Saravanan? Okay, so Nitin Saravanan is also not there. Then Pratiksha Anandakumar. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. So some quick reminders, take a deep breath and make sure that you have enough water to last you to give this speech, and just make sure that you abide by all the rules. And you're ready. So give a speech whenever you're ready with that.
Okay. Okay. My name is Pratiksha Anandakumar, and I just finished 5th grade, going to 6th. And my speech is about the Greek gods, the Olympians. So have you ever heard of the Olympians from Greek mythology? Do you know they were not the primary beings the universe had?
Hey, Pratiksha, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Could you please put your camera straight and I think you keep it down?
Is that okay?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm going to be talking about the Greek gods, the Olympians. Have you ever heard of the Olympians from Greek mythology? Do you know that they were not the primary beings the universe had? I will explain who created the universe, what they made, and about the Olympian gods. The world began with Chaos, who is the creator of the cosmos. Chaos made the primordials. The primordials are the first beings that appeared into existence. The primordials include Gaia, the primordial of the earth, Uranus, the primordial of the sky, and Eros, the primordial of love. As time passed, Uranus and Gaia fell in love and produced the Titans, 100-handed ones, Cyclops, and many others. Uranus locked away his children deep in the ground as he was disturbed by them. Gaia, resentful of her children being locked up, made a scythe. She gave it to Kronos, a Titan, and ordered him to end Uranus with it. When Kronos killed Uranus, he was named king. Kronos married Rhea, who gave birth to some of the gods. Frightened by a prophecy noting that his children would take away his throne, Kronos swallowed all of his kids. Rhea slowly turned bitter and asked Gaia for help. Gaia, who held understanding towards her, hid Rhea's most recent child, Zeus. When Zeus grew strong enough to defeat Kronos, he came out of hiding. After Zeus defeated Kronos, he forced Kronos to release his siblings. A war slowly started between the Titans and gods for 12 years. The fight turned to the side of the gods when the Cyclops crafted Zeus his thunderbolt, Poseidon his trident, and Hades his heart of darkness. When the fight was over, the Titans were cast into Tartarus, starting the reign of the gods. When the war ended, 3 of the siblings decided to have large territories each. Zeus ruled over the sky and was made king of the gods. Poseidon controlled the seas, and Hades ordered the underworld. Zeus married Hera, goddess of marriage, and she became the queen of Olympus. Hera gave birth to both Ares, god of war, and Hephaestus, god of forgery. Zeus had other children, and among them were Athena, Hermes, Apollo, Artemis, and Dionysus. Zeus's godly offsprings had specialties each. For instance, Hermes was the god of stealing, Athena was the goddess of wisdom, and Dionysus was the god of wine. Then, when Uranus died, his parts fell into the seashore and created Aphrodite, the goddess of love. Zeus also had another sister, Hestia. She was a goddess of family. Together, they made the Olympian Council. In conclusion, the Olympian gods have domains of power, and as a result, they became the Olympian Council, a council where they decide what happens next. I hope you liked it. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for giving your speech. Greek gods is something that I've like rarely heard of, especially like only in school concepts. So that's like new information to me. And there's so many varieties, right? And they all have certain characteristics that are like specific to them. So thank you for letting us know of all those things.
Sada, Dia Sandal's parents asked if Dia could go now.
Okay, perfect. That's fine. I think so. We'll have Dia Sandal next, right? Presenting her speech. So 20 seconds. Make sure you turn your camera on. Get in the center of the focus so the judges can see you. Take a deep breath. Get a sip of water. Hi. Okay, I see you now. And then in about 20 seconds, when I tell you that you can start, when I get a confirmation from the judges, you're good to go. Okay. Okay. Until then, just deep breaths. Relax. Okay. Perfect. Okay, you can start whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Dia Santo. Today I'm going to talk about food adulteration. Our ancestors never had the medical facilities like we have now, but still lived longer. We have made great advancements in medical science and have found vaccines for many of the diseases. Yet, our lifespan is much shorter. How did this happen? There are many reasons for this. Some causes are air pollution, water contamination, and food adulteration. What is food adulteration? Food adulteration is mixing chemicals in food which are not safe to consume. Do you know what is the most adulterated food? Seafood and meat top the list because they are given antibiotics to help grow faster. The next most adulterated is vegetables because those are artificially colored, need preservatives to keep fresh, and fertilizer to grow. Do you know when it all started? During the Industrial Revolution, London was struggling to feed the population. Some merchants decided to mix something in the food to make it grow more. They got away with the adulteration scandal. This was how it started. Why do food businesses adulterate food? Well, they do that for the business to grow better in sales, spend less on expenditures to make profits, and to fulfill the demands easily. Some adulterants they use help fruits to ripen faster, preserve vegetables for longer periods, and of course, to attract customers. They have adulterated so much that even baby formula was not spared. Unfortunately, profits came before people's health. Why should we worry about adulteration? In 2009, 8% of the foods were poisoned. In 2012, this number had doubled. If 20% of the foods were adulterated in 2012, imagine 2021, then this number would have gone more than 40%. Where is this leading us? Food adulterations can cause many diseases like ulcer, liver diseases, kidney failures, heart diseases, cancer, paralysis, and many more. 420,000 people die every year only due to food poisoning. The number of deaths is very saddening to imagine. If this continues, will our food be safe anymore? How can we stop this? Well, there is a way. We can grow our own organic vegetables and food. That way, adulterants have no way of entering our food. For those who cannot grow food, being alert is the right and safe thing to do. Making sure the food is certified by the authorities and drinking purified water is the first step. Being aware and know what you are consuming is the second. By this, we can erase those 420,000 deaths caused by food poisoning. Let's start saving lives by doing organic farming and being aware of all the unsafe foods available in the market. We will make sure all our food products are certified by the authorities. If we all do this together, we can leave a livable earth behind for our future generations. Health is wealth. Being healthy brings happiness. Thank you all for listening to my speech. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you so much, Thea. I really liked your speech. So adulteration in food is something that's really important since people can already get like really bad diseases, as you already said in your speech. And I'm really glad that you brought that up since it's a really big problem that's happening in our society. And that was a really great speech. You should be super proud of yourself. And now, before we go to our next person, I'm gonna give like y'all a little break since our we're going a bit faster than the planned time. So I'll give y'all a minute. You can drink some water or eat a snack or something like that. But you guys have a minute to do whatever you want and come back at 3:03. And after that, we'll start on our next participant. Thank you.
Our committee volunteers, you guys are doing really great job. Thank you guys. Shraddha, Niti, and our Zoom coordinators and judges. Thank you so much for everyone. Timers, it's a really big job timing each participants and listening to their speech and engage them. It's really a big work. Thank you guys.
Thank you too, Priyanki. Okay, so it's 3:04, so I think that we can go on to our next person. But before we do that, let's just see if the people that we called before, but they didn't come, are here now. So Nakshatra or Bharti, are you there? Okay, so I assume that they're still not here. Next, is Nanda Satish here? Nanda Satish? Okay, so they're still not here. And then is Sandhya Murali Parthasarthi here? Okay, so they're not here either. And then is Nitin Saravanan here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. Okay, great. So you can begin, but before you do that, just remember that just take a deep breath and just be relaxed before you start and don't worry about it. You can do a great job, don't worry. You can start whenever you're ready.
Hello and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nitin Saravanan. I am going to attend 5th grade this fall. I am going to talk to you about the person who inspires me most. The person is well known to all of us and he is none other than our great entrepreneur, Mr. Elon Musk. Why does a person inspire us? Is it money? Or is it name and fame? Or is it their achievements? For me, what Elon has achieved over the past 2 decades is what inspired me. Who doesn't like cars? Kids, adults, everyone loves cars. During my childhood, I was very fascinated about cars that I would memorize.
Listen, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I just got information from the higher authorities that you're not supposed to use a PowerPoint presentation. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. So should I restart?
You can continue. You're doing a great job. All we care about is your speech, so we don't want to be distracted by your presentation. I'm sorry once again if that hurt your presentation anyway.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I'll just restart.
Perfect. That's up to you. Go ahead. Good luck.
Hello and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nitin Saravanan. I am going to attend 5th grade this fall. I'm going to talk to you about the person who inspires me most. The person is well known to all of us, and he is none other than our great entrepreneur, Mr. Elon Musk. Why does a person inspire us? Is it money, or is it name and fame, or is it their achievements? For me, what Elon has achieved over the past 2 decades is what inspired me. Who doesn't like cars? Kids, adults, everyone loves cars. During my childhood, I was very fascinated about cars that I would memorize neighbors, friends, and family members' car license plate numbers. By looking at the license plate, I could tell whose car it was. My father used to jokingly tease me that I'm going to become a car mechanic. I used to think, why not be an entrepreneur? That's when I started liking Tesla, how cool it is, and started following Elon Musk and his achievements. I often think about 2 things. How can we make our planet better? How cool would it be to live on another planet? As a kid, how many of us played with toy cars? Almost all of us. Most of the toy cars are battery operated and rechargeable. Elon took this further and created Tesla electric cars, which now serves as leader of all electric cars. Electric cars reduce carbon emission, which makes our planet better. A simple idea can become such a big revolution. Electric cars help us save money on oil and gasoline, as electric charging is much cheaper. Many heavily polluted and populated countries such as China and India would benefit a lot with reduced carbon emission from electric vehicles. Everyone knows Tesla, but how many of us know about SpaceX? SpaceX is a mission to Mars project created by Elon. Thinking about a life beyond Earth itself is so exciting, and I can't imagine if it happens in real life. My grandparents living in India get excited to visit the US and see this beautiful developed country. When we grow up, how exciting would it be for us to live on Mars and our parents visit us there? Our parents would be absolutely thrilled, isn't it? That's what I want to achieve in life. Finally, to conclude my speech, I would like to be innovative and successful like Elon, so I can be an inspiration to many others. Thank you.
Nitin, I really liked your speech. And, personally, I don't even know the license plate of my own car. It's crazy that you know license plate numbers of so many people's cars, and you can recognize whose car it is just by looking at the license plate. That's crazy to think about. And you're so ambitious at a really young age. That is also so nice to see. So thank you for letting us know and talk about cars and Elon Musk, such an inspiration to all of us. So moving on to next participants, we'll see if anyone else who hasn't been able to join us before is ready now. So Nakshatra Arun Bharati or Nanda Satish, are either of y'all here? Let me know if you are. Okay, I'm gonna take that as a no. Going once, going twice. Okay, I don't think they're here. So we'll move on to the next person, which is Satvika Kannappan. Are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Perfect. Okay. So I'll give you 30 seconds to fix your camera, get in the center, take a sip of water, eat something if you're hungry real quick. Yeah, fix your dress, do whatever you need to do. Revise your points for your speech. And in about 30 seconds, I'll let you know when you can begin your speech. So until then, mentally prepare yourself, okay? You'll do great, don't worry.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I start now?
Since you asked, I'm not going to say no. So go ahead. You can start now.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem.
Hi, my name is Satvika Vignesh Kannappan. Good afternoon, and I hope you all are doing well. Before I start my speech, I have a quick question for everyone. I know everyone has drank milk, but my main question is, when we're drinking milk, are we worried that we might get sick or get an illness by drinking milk? Two main points. First, this is an unusual question. And second, the answer should probably be no. But we need to acknowledge there have been many scientists that have made it possible that drinking milk is safe and we don't have anything to worry about. You're probably confused about what I'm saying right now. So it's time to go back in time. We're going to travel in a time machine to the 19th century, which is also the 1800s. That's over 200 years ago. Now that you're arrived in the 19th century, you look around to see wagon carts. That's how they transported back then, and kids playing with the ball in the alley. You see a small shack in the distance, so you go in. You see a carton of milk. So how do we describe milk now? Milk is white, it's really thin and airy and bubbly, and it doesn't have any lumps. It's pretty creamy. But the milk you see on the counter, it's green, doesn't resemble color. It's super thick, has these weird lumps and clumps inside of it, and it has fuzzy green fungus over it. Probably wondering what happened to this milk, and if you answered it got spoiled, you're right. As we know today, dairy products do go spoiled fast. Now, if you leave a dairy product, let's say you keep a carton of milk outside, let's say in 3 days it goes bad. But imagine this, they didn't even have fridges, so they couldn't store it in a cool place. And that would just make the problem worse. Consuming this type of milk is, first of all, disgusting. And second, it's not great for your body because it has some germs and bacteria that can be really unhealthy for you and cause problems. Now, fortunately, while this quick milk spoilage problem is going on around, the world, because this is really long ago, while this is going around, there's a famous scientist that you may not have heard of. His name is Louis Pasteur. Louis Pasteur is actually more popularly known as the father of microbiology. I'm going to tell you why in a moment. Now, his discovery was amazing, and it's still going with us today. It's the one way we can make milk safe. So Louis Pasteur was also a very curious person, and he wanted to know what was going onto the milk and why was it getting spoiled so quickly. Now, you probably think maybe it's because they don't have a fridge. Well, that is one of the reasons. But another reason is because there are germs and bacteria inside of the milk. Louis Pasteur used a microscope to see inside of the milk. And what he saw were germs and bacteria. Now, if you want to know what it looks like, they look green, they look like splotches, they kind of look like coronaviruses as we know today. So when he looks into the milk, he found that if he can kill the germs and bacteria, he would make the milk safer to drink and it could have been preserved longer. Now, the big question for him is, how do we do this? How do we kill the germs and bacteria? Let me tell you. Germs and bacteria, there are two types. There are good germs and bacteria, there are bad germs and bacteria. Consuming bad ones can be really, really harmful to your body, so you don't want to do that. So he invented a process called pasteurization. Now, how many of us have gotten a milk can and saw like just reading the label, maybe you're bored, you just want to know more about the milk, and you see the word ultra pasteurized or pasteurized? I'm going to raise my hand because I have done that. So what pasteurization is, it's a super simple process. It's to heat treat or make the milk super hot. By making the milk at a really high temperature, we're killing those germs and bacteria that we don't want in the milk. These are the bad ones. So once that milk is done really hot, we're going to cool it down, and then it goes to packaging and processing. Now you're asking me, why would milk be bad? Now, how does milk come to us? Milk comes from cows, and now cows don't have checkups like we do, yearly, monthly, weekly, whatever that is. So the cows, they might be sick or have an illness, but they're not showing any symptoms like feeling sick, coughing, any of that. So when we milk the cow, when we get the milk from the cow, that can have that sickness, that illness, that disease, and consuming that milk without pasteurization could make us really sick. And we don't want that. That's how pandemics kind of start, like coronavirus got really bad after a few people got it and it started to spread. A disease that can be gotten in milk that has not been pasteurized is salmonella. It's super serious and it's not great at all.
Thank you, Satvika, but your time is up. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Hi, Satvika. That was an amazing speech. I really liked how in-depth you were and how much facts and knowledge that you gave to the audience. And I really liked how you talked about the different types, not different types, the difference between bacteria and germs, especially since a common misconception is that people think that all bacteria is bad when some of it can be good as well. So really great job. You should be super proud of yourself. Okay, so before we go on to the next person, let's see whether the people before are able to come now. So starting off with Nakshatra Arunbharti, are you there? She's still not here. Next is going to be Nanda Satish. Are you there? I assume they're not there too. And then Sandhya Murali Parthasarthi. Are you there? They are not there either. Okay. So now that means that we can move on to the next speaker, and that is going to be Shambhavi Kumarakuraj. Are you there?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. So you can give a speech whenever you're ready, but before that, make sure to believe in yourself. You can do it. It's not going to be any hard. And just take a deep breath, maybe drink some water, and good luck.
Thanks.
Can
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Can I start now?
Yep, whenever you are ready.
Hello, my name is Shambhavi and I'm going to 5th grade. And my topic is happiness is the ultimate goal of life. Once a king and a minister went for a walk. They saw a farmer's family who were singing and buzzing, and their faces were beaming with joy. The king said, "Man, I have everything in life, and these guys are happier than me?" The next day, they left a bag of 99 gold coins in front of the farmer's doorstep. 6 months later, when they saw the farmer's family, all the love and joy was gone. Only arguments and bickering was there. The farmer's family had joined the 99 club, searching for that one missing gold coin instead of enjoying the 99. Ladies and gentlemen, happiness is a feeling of pleasure and positivity, which can't be achieved by money, material, fame, or designation. Have you ever heard of a formula that life plus money equals happiness? No, right? Then who in the world has instilled it in our minds that money brings happiness? Actually, happiness is not leading a luxurious life, but the luxury of living a life.
Happiness is not having a meal in the most famous restaurant, but having it with your most beloved family. We should be okay with what we can do and not worry about what we can't do. We should live our present life, as we can't change our past or control our future. Present is reality. Stop blaming for something that went terribly wrong in life. Life is all about moving on. Stop worrying and set new goals. Everyone thinks happiness is the ultimate goal of life. You convince yourself that life will be happy when you achieve a goal. You will be happy when you get a promotion in your job, when you get your favorite toy, when the weekend arrives, when your mortgage is paid off, next summer. You're sure that when you reach your goal, you'll finally be happy. Sometimes in life, you wait for getting something and realize you're better off without it. Say marriage, wife. Jokes apart, happiness should not be the ultimate goal of your life. It should be your life. The only time to be happy is right now. Everyone thinks success is the key to happiness. Happiness helps us become more creative and helps our problem solving, remembering, and decision-making skills. So as we become more happy, we become successful, never the other way around. One day, when John Lennon went to school, his teacher asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up. He wrote down happy. His teacher told him that he didn't understand the assignment. He told them that they didn't understand life. We should try to defeat our rivals and enemies and not destroy them. Such a compassionate attitude towards everyone will bring happiness in your life and many others. Having good people around you will boost up your positivity in life. Thankfulness to the life you got is an important characteristic you should acquire to be happy. Each day, do something you enjoy doing, even if they're small things like reading a book, eating something you cherish, or just a simple walk around nature. These small things will bring great levels of happiness and make you fit both mentally and physically. Thank you.
Shambhavi, I loved your speech. You know, it's crazy because these are the exact things my parents tell me, but I'd rather hear it from you 20 times a day rather than hearing from them 30 times a day. Any day I would choose that. So thank you for really inspiring, motivating, giving us good thoughts from your speech. So great job.
Yeah, it's an eye-opener speech, Shambhavi. It was
Thank you. Yep, of course. Okay, so thank you again, once again. And we'll move on to the next participants for now. We'll see if any of our previous participants are ready to go. So I'm assuming that's Nakshatra Arun Bharati, Nanda Satish, or Sandhya Murali Parthasarathi. If either of y'all are here, let me know so we can make sure you present before other people do.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
For like if our group finishes, so for example, my thing is like 3 to 5 minutes. If our group finishes, will we stay on until like the 6 o'clock until everybody finishes, or will we leave?
I mean, that's a personal choice. If you want to listen to other people's speeches, that's perfectly fine, and that's how it should be. But if you have any other errands to run, if you have anywhere else to go, it's completely fine if you want to leave as well. It's your choice. Yep. Okay. So I'm assuming none of the previous people are here or joining us anytime soon. So we'll move on to the next speaker, which is Shriksha Devi Sudhar. Is she here?
I am here.
Okay, perfect. Okay,
Hello, my name is Shiksha. I'm
Okay.
in the 5th grade, and my topic is, what do I want to become? What we play is life, Louis Armstrong. Many people around the world ask themselves, what do I want to become? But I know what I want to become, a jazz musician. Jazz was founded by a cornist named Buddy Bolden and a queer artist named Moulton. My favorite jazz musicians are Louis Armstrong, Scatman Carlos, and Nat King Cole. I like these jazz musicians because they motivate me by playing wonderful music and working hard. Jazz has been my interest since I was about 7 years old. and jazz makes me happy and calm because of the smooth sounds of the instruments. The instruments in jazz music are the trumpet, trombone, clarinet, bass, and tuba, and many more. Jazz can be played by any instrument, including the human voice. The jazz instruments in jazz music are the saxophone, trumpet, trombone, piano, bass, drums, and guitar. The benefits of being a jazz musician is knowing and learning to play many songs. It's hard, but being a professional at learning any song is always good. Another is teaching. Students and children need to learn because it's always good to learn different instruments and any song. The last is traveling around the world to do concerts. Jazz musicians do a good job because it doesn't only use instruments, it can also use voice. So if you're not good at instruments, you can use voice or vice versa. One thing that is a must being any type of musician is time and practice. Practice is important because you need to take every time of the day to practice. Practicing isn't just like 15 minutes, it is more of 7 to 8 hours. The reason why jazz musicians sound so good is because they're experts at making everyone around them sound good. So the mark of a truly amazing jazz musician is to make the weakest player in the room sound amazing. Most jazz musicians go all over the world for concerts, which is always good because you get to see other cultures and when traveling. I was influenced by jazz music by listening to it by accident, but it is not an accident now. I started to like Louis Armstrong by listening to his songs and the other musicians in movies. I love jazz so much because it has been my favorite possession in the world. A little bit about jazz. Many people might think that being a jazz musician is a street job, but it is actually just on Broadway. Jazz has a really big history in African American culture because it comes from communities like New Orleans, Louisiana, and the U.S. It began in the late 19th century and the early 20th century, with its roots in blues and ragtime. Jazz has roots in Western African culture and musical and musician expression, and in African American music tradition. Jazz is also played in the Jubilee Parade, in European chamber elements, marching band music, and blues. Jazz exploded into the American music scene into the 1920s and became the most popular music form in the era. A writer named F. Scott Fitzgerald wrote a book called The Jazz Age. Many people wonder how the word jazz came to be. In fact, since it was originally a slang word, it was sometimes spelled as J-A-S, J-A-S-S, and J-A-Z, and even J-A-S-Z. But people decided to stick with the word jazz. We are not so sure why, but they did. Jazz has been included into many movies like the Disney Pixar movie Soul, and another Disney movie, The Aristocats, and the song Everybody Wants to Be a Cat. Jazz, if you have to ask what jazz is, you'll never know. Louis Armstrong. Jazz is so mysterious and I want to explore it. Thank you.
Hi, Sergio. Your speech was so good. I really liked how informative it was. I definitely learned a lot from it. You were really good. Your pacing was really amazing. I liked how structural it was too. It really made a lot of sense, and I really, really liked it. Thank you so much, and you should be extremely proud. Okay, so next we're gonna check if the people who didn't come when we called them are here now. So starting off from Nakshatra Arunbharati, are you there? Okay, so I don't think that they're there still. Next is Nanda Satish, are you there? Okay, I assume that they're not there either. And Sandhya Murali Parthasarthi, are you there? Okay, so they're not there either. Okay, so now we can just move on to the next person, and that is going to be Vishwak Senan P. Ashokkumar. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. So you can start whenever you're ready. Just make sure that you relax and give your speech in a nice way. And if you need to, you can restart your speech if you want. And you can do it. Just have the confidence in yourself. Good luck.
My name is Vishwak Ashokkumar. I'm going to 5th grade in this fall, and my topic is, what do I want to become? Lots of children wonder about their future. The most common question being, what will my future occupation be? My future career would be an archaeologist. An archaeologist studies human activity, history, and prehistory through the excavation of sites and analysis of artifacts. The main benefits of archaeology are traveling, skill improvement, and their contribution to society. The first benefit is traveling. Traveling is a benefit because you can go to different places and can learn the local culture. And almost everyone dreams of a job that not only includes but requires travel. Skill improvement is the second benefit of archaeology. Skill improvement is necessary in life and in archaeology because it teaches you a massive amount of survival skills that can prove extremely invaluable when you're marooned on an island or stranded in a rainforest. The final benefit of archaeology is contributing to society. You might wonder, how can an archaeologist be helpful to the community when all they do is study prehistoric human history and culture? Well, because archaeologists do just that, we have an idea about the traditions and customs that exist in the past, which tells us our prehistoric ancestors' way of life. My interest in archaeology started to develop after movies like the Indiana Jones series and the National Geographic shows like Atlantis Rising. The reason I wanted to become an archaeologist was because of all the expeditions I could go on and all the dangers I would face. But I wouldn't let endangerment stop me from achieving my dream of becoming an archaeologist. The first instance of archaeology was set in ancient Mesopotamia, circa 550 BCE, when a foundation deposit was located and analyzed by King Nabonidus. He led the excavation to find the sanctuaries built by King Naram-Sin of Akkad, thus giving him the title of the first known archaeologist on Earth. Today, archaeology is facing many problems, such as dealing with pseudo-archaeology, the lack of public interest, the looting of artifacts, and the opposition of excavating human remains. And since there are problems, I want to solve them. My first experience involving archaeology was at Mineral Wells Fossil Park on June 25th, 2021. Even though it was parts of sea creatures we found and not human skeletons, it gave a good idea on what archaeologists did. You might think an archaeologist's job is boring and like none of them are world famous, but some of them are world famous and have made world-shaking breakthroughs. These archaeologists are known for their discoveries. The following lines will list a few archaeologists that earned fame from the past. They are Howard Carter. He was known for discovering King Tutankhamun's tomb. Hiram Bingham III. He showed the public an Incan citadel of Machu Picchu. Mary Leakey. She discovered the first known proconsul skull. And Louise Leakey, he proved that human evolution was centered in Africa, and many more great archaeologists. These are the reasons why I want to become an archaeologist. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, Vishwak, thank you so much for your speech. The very rare fields that people try to get into, right? So it's really cool that you were able to talk to us and let us know about information that we probably have never even heard about, right? So thank you so much for sharing your wonderful speech with us. It was amazing. Have a good rest of your day. So we'll be moving on to the next participant, but we'll make sure to see if any of our previous participants are here. Hi. Let's see if Nakshatra Arun Bharati or Nanda Satish or Sandhya Murali Parthasarathi. If either of y'all are here, please let me know so y'all can go before other participants can. Going once, going twice. Okay, I'm gonna take that as a no. And next up we have, tongue twister, wait, Yashaswini Kabali. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. I love your name, by the way. Okay, so I'll give you 30 to 45 seconds to fix your camera, get in the center, prepare, take a sip of water, mentally prepare yourself, do whatever you need to, revise your points, and in about 30 seconds, I'll get back to you and let you know when you can start, okay? Perfect, thank you.
Can I start right now?
Since you asked, I can't say no, so you can start. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Yashaswini Kabali, and I'm going to attend 5th grade this fall. And today I'm going to talk about one of my favorite leaders, APJ Abdul Kalam. APJ Abdul Kalam was born into a poor Tamil Muslim family on the town of Rameshwaram, Tamil Nadu on October 15, 1931. APJ Abdul Kalam was an illustrious scientist, and he turned statesman while he served as the 11th President of India from 2002 to 2007. He was closely associated with the military missile development and the civil space program. For his work on launch vehicle technology, he was given a name Missile Man in India in 1991. He played an important role in Pokhran 2 nuclear test. He served more than 40 years as a science administrator and a scientist, mainly at the Indian space program. In 2002, he was elected as the 11th President of India and was given a name, the People's President. After all his achievements, he pursued what he loved most, teaching, writing, and meeting. After all his achievements, he was honored with the Bharat Ratna Award, India's highest civilian honor. He left heavenly abode on July 27, 2015. While delivering a lecture at the Indian Institute of Management, Shillong. He was rest in peace with full state honors, and his funeral was attended by thousands of people, including national-level dignitaries. He was a role model and an inspiration for younger generation due to his humble nature and easy and simple-going personality and his ability to connect with young minds. I love APJ Abdul Kalam because he taught younger kids how to become and how to study more, and he taught how he can be kind, and he taught everything that he knows, and he shared his knowledge with others. Thank you.
Hi, Yashaswini. I really liked your speech. It was really informative. I learned so much about Abdul Kalam, and I'm so glad that you brought him up as your topic. And you should be really proud of yourself, because giving this speech, especially without any notes, is a big thing to accomplish. And I'm glad that you did that. And I also really liked your gestures. I'm glad that you took the initiative to use that and incorporate it into your speech. Thank you so much. Okay. So now let's move on to, before I do that, let's check whether the people who were absent are back. So starting off with Nakshatra Arunbharti, are you there? Okay, so she's not there. How about Nanda Satish, are you there? Okay, how about Sandhya Murali Parthasarthi? Okay, so I believe that none of the people that didn't come are here now. So that means that we can move on to the people who are next. And that is going to be Bhavishya Prasad. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so Bhavishya, good luck on your speech. You're going to do amazing. And just have the confidence in yourself to do a good job. You can start whenever you're ready.
So can I start now?
Yeah, you can start now.
Have you noticed anything different about your city or state's climate? Have you felt hotter than usual? I want to share my answers with you today. Climate change and global warming are two of the most significant threats we face in our lives today. I live in Texas and have noticed how this year, even very southern states had weather patterns like eastern states. It was snowing in the winter, and last week it was raining. Rain in the middle of summer is super strange. I want to tell you the main two causes of these problems, as well as the first cause of global warming and climate change is because of us, humans. We're cutting down trees and burning up fossil fuels. Because of this, greenhouse gases get released into the air and form an invisible blanket around the earth, making it warm up. Since we are the ones who created this problem, we should be able to stop it. We can help stop it by wasting less paper, and instead of using fossil fuels, start researching ways to use clean energy, such as water, wind, and sunlight. Now, let me ask you guys a question. When you go on a road trip, do you mostly see factories and buildings, or trees and forests and farms? Of course, you might see some farms and some forests, but you mostly see buildings and factories. These factories are letting out chemicals like methane, carbon dioxide, and nitrous oxide. These chemicals are slowly making the ozone layer thicker. And like I said in the last point, with fewer trees, the carbon dioxide just stays there. And since there are so many factories and there's less and less trees, that chemical can't be turned into oxygen, so we can't use it. We can't really do anything to stop factories, but in the future, we can hope that the leaders of our nation reduce this. Now that we have discussed the two main causes and solutions for global warming and climate change, let's discuss some effects that it will have in our lives. Sea levels will start rising, and so that will lead to more flooding in areas that are surrounded by water. Forests, farms, and cities will face new insects, pests, animals, and heavy downpours, which will destroy crops. And diseases such as malaria and asthma and allergies will become more common. These are just some of the problems we'll face if we don't stop this problem right now. So, when I started this, remember the two main causes of global warming I said? They are cutting down trees and releasing gases into the air. Climate changes and global warming are two of the most significant threats in our lives today. So we should all work together to stop this problem and help our planet Earth. Thank you.
Okay, Bavisha, that was a really wonderful speech. Personally, I'm a very environmentally aware person, so all of this information is so interesting to me, and I could just hear about this for hours together. And that was amazing. The way you presented it, it was perfect. Thank you very much for that. So now we'll be moving on to our next participants. But before that, you know the drill. We're gonna have to make sure that previous participants aren't here and are missing out on a chance to present. So Nakshatra Arun Bharati, Nanda Satish, and Sandhya Murali Parthasarathi. If y'all are here, please let me know. I'm gonna wait for 10 seconds just to make sure. Okay, I'm assuming y'all are not here. So moving on to the next participant, which is Dhruvan Bharat. Are you here?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. We'll give you about 30 to 40 seconds, okay, just so that we can buy some time for the judges, right? Maybe if you want to introduce yourself by then and then wait for a while before you start your speech, that's fine too. But in this 30 to 40 seconds, fix your camera, do whatever you need to, take a sip of water, relax, take a deep breath, maybe revise a few points that you want to mention in your speech. Whatever it is that you want to do, you're good to go. So in 30 seconds, I'll get back to you and let you know if you can start your speech then, okay?
Can I start my speech now?
Could you give us 20 seconds just so the judges are ready to score your speech and they don't miss out on information? Okay, sorry. You're gonna have to wait a little more. Okay, you know what? The judges are ready for you too, so you can start your speech whenever you're good to go.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Dhruvan Bharat, and I will be going to 7th grade next fall. Today, my speech will be about the importance of learning your mother tongue. Where do we get our first food? What is the first language that we learn? First food for any human is from their mother because it nourishes their body. Similarly, the first language somebody learns is their mother tongue because it nourishes their soul. When you are young, your mother tongue acts as the mechanism through which you understand the world around you. And it is the importance of that mechanism that I want to remind everyone in this audience. Our mothers taught us our mother tongue over a very long period of time, and they stood by our side, teaching us and watching us grow. As we grow up, our experiences vary, and we are exposed to a variety of things, but it is our mother tongue that helps us establish our identity. Most of us identify ourselves with our work or birthplace, but our language is equally, if not more important. With English as the medium of language, many people don't care to learn their mother tongue. Over the past century, more than 230 languages have died off. And scientists predict by the next century, more than 50% of our languages are going to go extinct. Luckily, my mother tongue, Tamil, has survived because of the millions of mothers like mine who have passed on their heritage to us. As we move into this geographically diverse world, where languages, cultures, and food truly merge and coexist, our language gives us the anchor to help establish our identity. My language is the oldest in the world because it has survived for more than 2,000 years. It is the richest in the world for its many scripts and poems, and is the most beautiful in the world because of its amazing poetry and music. As I think of my ancestors who traded with the Romans and the Greeks, talking and conversing with the same language that me and my parents speak with today gives me goosebumps. Tamil isn't just my mother tongue. It is the influence from many other languages, such as Malayalam, Telugu, and Kannada. Many people who have been born in the US have had a very concerning problem. Because they were born in the US, English became their primary language. Because of this, it is very hard for them to communicate with their relatives. For example, my grandparents who live in India have a very limited knowledge of English, and they live with my great-grandmother who doesn't know English at all. But it is my mother tongue that brings us together. Furthermore, learning your mother tongue has many more practical benefits. Because I know my mother tongue Tamil, it is easy for me to learn new languages, because my mother tongue sets the foundation for me to learn new languages and cultures. It also helps me think in my mother tongue, and it gives me a new perspective to this world. After this, I hope I've influenced you to go back home and make sure that your kids learn their mother tongue and cherish their literary heritage. If you still have doubts, I'm a living example of one who has moved halfway across the world and is still a champion of their language. Thank you for listening to me. And this is Dhruvan Barth from Houston signing off with a big nandri.
Hi, Dhruvan. Your speech was so good. I really, really liked how you really talked about your mother tongue and you really embraced it. And you just explained a lot about it. You were admiring it. I'm super happy that you gave such a wonderful speech. And you should be super proud of it. There's already people in the chat that's already talking about how good of a speech it is. You should be super proud. Okay, so now, just like how we always go with, we check whether the people who we called before are here now. So the same three people. Nakshatra and Bharti, are you there? I don't think she's there. Next is Nanda Satish there. Nanda Satish is also not there. And finally, Sandhya Murali Parthasarthi there. No, they're not there either. Okay. So that means that we can go on to our next speaker, and that is going to be Hasni Bomi Balaji Ramanan. Are you there? Are you there, Hasni Bomi Balaji Ramanan? Okay, so I assume that they're not there. And is Idya Manivanan there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, that's great. So you can start whenever you're ready, but before you start, just make sure that you take a quick breath and maybe drink some water before your speech, and good luck. But before you start, let's wait for another 30 seconds in case our judges need it to grade.
Okay, Ilya, you can start whenever you're ready to go.
I was not muted right now. This is how I and many women would be without the help of Susan B. Anthony. Susan B. Anthony was vital to giving women in this country a voice through the suffrage movement. My name is Idaya Mani Bennan, and I'm inspired by Susan B. Anthony and believe she is one of the greatest leaders of the world. Why is she a great leader? She was a woman ahead of her time who believed that women deserved every right given to male citizens, including the right to education. Anthony believed that suffrage and education are where the focus of a woman's organizing energies should be, and that if those two areas were successful, they would have the tools needed for everything else. Susan B. Anthony started teaching on at the early age of 26 for several years until she attended the Anti-Slavery Convention in New York. There, upon hearing the words of the well-known Frederick Douglass and William Lloyd Garrison, and after meeting Amelia Bloomer and Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Anthony was so moved that she decided to dedicate herself to activism and became an abolitionist. From an early age, Anthony was taught that everyone should be treated equally. Her family stressed the importance of education and activism. Her parents role modeled these by educating Anthony when public education was unavailable to her because of her gender. She knew how to read and write by the age of 3. These roots were influential as she lived her life fighting for the fair treatment of all, particularly African Americans and women. In 1856, she began working as an agent for the Anti-Slavery Society. She spent years promoting the society's cause up until the Civil War. After the Civil War, she started focusing more on women's rights, and she was even nicknamed the Napoleon of the women's rights movement. She even took matters into her own hands in 1872 when she illegally voted in the presidential election. She was arrested for the crime and unsuccessfully fought the charges. She was fined $100, but she never paid. She died on March 13th, 1906, and the 19th Amendment was passed 14 years later. Finally, the country moved towards Anthony's aspirations of men, their rights, nothing more, women, their rights, nothing less. She was a great leader, giving voice to the voiceless, empowering women in the U.S. by giving them the right to vote. Anthony firmly believed that independence is happiness and progress is delight. She would be happy that women can now vote and receive an education. But because of women like her, I am not yet delighted because I know that Anthony would continue to push for further equality for people in minorities and women. I would like to follow her example in similar issues such as the wage gap. People like Susan B. Anthony have worked very hard for voting rights, and I believe that everyone who can should take the opportunity and vote for who they believe is a great leader. Thank you.
That was an amazing speech, Idaya. Personally, I'm a woman, so of course I can relate. And right now, I feel like our world is a lot more progressive than it was before, right? As you said, because of so many people like Susan B. Anthony who promoted women in stepping up, right, rather than just men. So thank you for letting us know of historical significance and how women should be continued to empowered throughout the world today. So with that amazing speech, we'll move on to the next participant. But I think we're going to refer back to the people who weren't able to make it first. So Nakshatra Arun Bharati, Nanda Satish, and Sandhya Murali Parthasarathi. If either of y'all are here, please let me know. Because if not, we'll be taking a quick break since this concludes the first half of our speech.
Shraddha, would you please call Sajan Balamurugan?
Sajan Balamurugan?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Sajan Balamurugan, are you here? I don't think so.
Okay, maybe we can ask them to join to the second group.
Yeah, maybe you can do that.
Okay. Yeah. So one last time you may call the absentees if you want.
Okay, perfect. So Nakshata Arun Bharati, Nanda Satish, and Sandhya Murali Parthasarathi. If either of y'all are here, please let us know so y'all can present before we take a quick break. Yeah, I don't see them in the participant list either.
Yeah, okay. Participants, I would like to call the judges. We just can hear from, the comments, not the rubric comments, the general comments about the group 1. So judges, Rohan, Sridevi, Sri Vaishnavi. So what do you guys think about the total participants so far from the group 1?
Yeah, so what I found was really interesting was the diversity in the different topics. So you'll have someone talk about philosophy, you'll have someone talk about their mother tongue, and then I think there's a lot of science in there, there's a lot of English, there's a ton of history. So the diversity in the different genres of speeches, it was not just all science or all history, it was very mixed in those categories. So every different speech could be a different topic, and I definitely left this half with more knowledge than I did before. And I thought that everyone's speeches was great. And keep on giving speeches, keep on doing stuff like this. Everyone today did a very good job.
Oh, thank you, Rohan. That's a very good one. So the person is able to, yeah, you go ahead.
I completely agree with what Rohan said. I think it escapes me really how young everyone is and how much knowledge you guys have. And after listening to all the speeches in the first half and realizing that everyone is in grade 6 and under, I'm realizing how smart you guys are, how ambitious you guys are, how much knowledge you guys have, and how you seem so sure of what you want to learn. And I think that's really admirable. So I learned a lot.
Hello everyone. It was thoroughly I enjoyed. I just couldn't move away from my table. Just what if I'll miss what he says or what she says or something like that. It's I just enjoyed, and then it was completely different experience. I know as Sridevi and Rohan said, all of them are under 6, and then they gave us a lot of knowledge. They varied topics, and it is really really engaging. Thank you guys. Keep up your work.
Yeah, I just want to repeat the same things that you guys have said. It really makes me want to rework my priorities for what I've been doing this summer, hearing everyone else speaking. And it's really inspiring to see everyone that's so young taking initiative and doing this and bringing knowledge to everyone here. So I'd just like to thank you on behalf of everyone volunteering here.
Yeah, the guys before me have already basically said everything. It honestly blows me away how much kids so young can teach everyone. I loved everyone's passion. I loved everyone's confidence, and I love the fact that we have different experience levels here, even though you guys are so young. I think we remember someone who this was their first speech, and I feel like that's a great first step. To speak in front of a bunch of people about a topic that you want to talk about is really impressive, and it's really inspiring at such a young age. So basically just keep up the good work, and y'all are headed for great things.
Yeah, thank you, judges. Definitely, it's good points. They will, the participants will really helpful for them for the future, for the events. Thank you. How about timers? Timers, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. So how about, did they exceed any time limit or were on time?
Most of them were in the time limit. Some of them had to exceed, so we had to stop them. But other than that, everyone was in it.
Thank you, timers. How about the Zoom coordinators?
I've been taking screenshots for every person so far.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay. Can we have a 10 minutes break and we come back around 4:15?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you.
பிரியா கேக்குதுங்களா?
Okay, are we ready, judges?
I'm ready.
Zoom coordinators, timers, then committee leads, then the last one, supporters. So you guys are ready? Can we start now? Okay, welcome to all the participants. Once again, this is group 2. You guys take a deep breath, relax, and stay on the middle of the camera. Make sure you are doing the great job. Definitely you guys will do the great job. Don't worry about anything. This is just a stage for the practice. It's not for the competition, just for the practice. Whatever you guys do, we are here to help you guys. So do not worry about anything. Just relax and it's all right. Say right now, it's all right. Okay. So I would like to invite Ms. Sumita Kesavan, our MTS secretary, to the stage.
Hello, everybody. A very good evening. Wow, you guys were fantastic. I were listening to every single speeches that you guys were giving. Oh my God. Dedicated hearts like yours are not so easy to find. It takes a special person, so generous and kind, to care so much for your fellow men. Is a quality all too rare, yet you give off your time and talents for all that who are in need and to share. So thank you for being a volunteer and bringing out all such beautiful talents to us. And oh my God, the speech about the mother tongue given by Dhruvan was just fantastic. It was so good that everybody would have been really inspired to go and learn their mother tongue if they have not yet. And if they are speaking about the women rights, Adira about art, and the speeches from Aishwarya, Harshita, and knowing about APJ Abdul Kalam, astronauts, and oh my God, that's a plenty of topic. And organizing this is not easy at all. Priya, that was a fantastic job. I know how many months of hard work went into this. And to be the special mention goes to Shraddha and Nidhi for being the leads who did a great job, and how you guys appreciate when somebody is struck or they're not able to overcome that first few minutes of fear or anxiety, whatever we call that. That push that you gave it to them will make a very big change and impact in their life. If you guys know how much impact you have given on their lives. And all the other volunteers, and special mention to the judges. A very big thank you from Metroplex Tamil Sangam and the youth committee for standing along with us and doing such a fantastic job. Thank you so much once again, and looking forward to the rest of the speeches today. And you guys are awesome and rocking, from tiny tots to the middle schoolers. Now, let's make this world more beautiful. Have a wonderful evening. Looking forward to the speeches.
Thank you, Sumi. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Okay, the participants we have from grade 7 through 12th grades. And thank you for participating with us, guys. And our big hug to everyone. Relax, as I said, relax, and you can do it. Believe in yourself, okay? And the final thing, I would like to thank you, our youth committee volunteers. Thank you so much. Without you guys, this wouldn't be possible. Thank you once again. We can start the program.
Hi guys, I hope everybody's doing well again. So we're going to start off the program with the people starting from 7th grade. So we're going to start off with Sajjan Balamurgan. Are you there? Sajjan? Going once, going twice? Okay, so Sajjan is not here yet. Next, is Daya Sarvanan there?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi Daya. So today you'll be giving your speech now. And just some quick reminders, take a quick deep breath before you start and have confidence in yourself. You're going to do amazing. And before I start, I'm going to say the rules for this whole thing so you guys can have a quick check through. So the participant should be in the center of the screen. The judges should be able to see the participant's face and most of the upper body. If there's any technical issues during the participant's speech, you'll have a chance to start over. And you have to say your name, grade, and title of your speech before you start the speech. And I'll announce your name when it's your turn. So Daya, if you're ready, then you can begin.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Daya Saravnan. I'm 11 years old and I'm going to 7th grade at Hunt Middle School in Frisco, Texas. What do you call a dog magician? A labracadabrador. Can anyone guess who I want to be when I grow up? And no, it's not a dog magician. That's right, I want to become a vet when I grow up. And in today's speech, I'm going to talk to you guys about vets, the degrees you need, and why I want to be one. So let's get on with it. I only have 5 minutes. Why I want to become a vet is because in general, I've always loved animals. My father is a doctor and I've been with him and have closely watched him helping around and checking on other people. But what I've noticed was that there are a lot of doctors, but not a lot of vets. I've noticed there are many sick animals in the US and sadly there's a shortage of vets. Studies by economist Dr. Jim Lloyd shows that there's a shortage of vets between the range of 3,000 to 5,000. U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reports confirm the numbers and predict that the problem will sadly get worse as we move forward. Growing up in India, since I was born and raised in a village, I've noticed that there are a lot of sick animals, but barely any vets. And from that moment, I've always wanted to help animals. My grandpa, growing up in India, and he grew up in a village, he was a farmer, and he had a lot of animals. I've always wanted a pet, but I've wanted my profession to match with my passion. So now that that's an option, ever since I was 10, I've been looking at different animals, different books, facts, and so much more. Like to be a vet, you need a bachelor's degree in biological science and you need to get into a veterinary school. To be a vet, you also need a DVM degree or a Doctor of Veterinary Medicine's degree. You also need to pass a national test and you need to maintain a professional license. I've recently been looking for a few universities and I finally come to one, Texas A&M. Texas A&M University's College of Veterinary Medicines and Biomedical Sciences is ranked number 10 in the world and number 4 in the United States. A vet can work from generally anywhere. They can work at practice hospitals, they can work at animal specialist hospitals, they can work at animal shelters, animal zoos, or they can even be mobile and travel from farm to farm. I've always liked to read fantasy books growing up, and I still do. And while I was reading those books, animals would supposedly talk to me in them. But when I was 7, I learned that animals can't actually talk. But that is not true. Animals can talk. They might not talk in our language, but every single species of animals have their own way of communicating, whether it be through growls, roars, barks, or even croaks. I've been inspired by so many vets, but the one who inspires me the most is Dr. Sophia Yin. Dr. Yin's mission was to improve our understanding of animals and their behavior so that we could care for, appreciate, and better enjoy our time with them. And along the way to her learnings, Dr. Yin authored a variety of animal behavior books, and she was an award-winning columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle. Now that's inspiring. I love animals so much, and I can't wait to study more about them. I hope that later on, there will be more vets who want to help animals. This has been such a great time, so thank you for listening to my speech. I hope that this speech inspires so many people to pursue a career in veterinary medicines and biomedical sciences and help animals. Thank you.
It is crazy to know that someone like you who's in 7th grade, who's already so passionate, and they know what university to go to and do degrees. I want to be a biomedical science major, but trust me, I found A&M last month, and I'm a senior in high school. I feel so much. I don't even know where to start. Like, kids our generation are like, you're like 5 years ahead of the game. You already know what you want to be. That is crazy. So thank you for sharing such amazing information about veterinary sciences with all of us. And that probably is an inspiration for people who you're in your grade as well to, look out for their future and know what they want to be, even right now when they're only in grade 7. So thank you for that. And with that, we will be moving on, of course. We'll be moving on to our next presenter, which is Sanvi Santokumar. Are you here? Going once, going twice. You are?
Yeah.
Did I hear her? Oh, okay, perfect. There she is. Okay, so you can take 30 seconds to fix your camera, get in the center of the focus so the judges can see you. Revise a few points you want to, maybe get a sip of water. Do whatever you need to, and in about 20 seconds, I'll get back to you and let you know if you can start, okay? Okay. Okay, perfect. Could you scoot to the center of your camera? There we go. And you can start whenever you're ready to do so.
I have to do my introduction first, right? The name.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sanvi Senthil Kumar, and I'm going to 7th grade, and I'm 11 years old. And my speech is flying cars. Remember the scene in Star Wars Attack of the Clones when Anakin and Obi-Wan went on a flying car chase to get Padme's attempted murder. Though this was originally fiction, we live in a world where this is possible. Sadly, there won't be Jedi jumping in and out of your cars. Flying cars are real and are being widely developed in many places. For example, there is a flying car that is being prototyped, and it's self-driving and electric, which is better than the ones in Star Wars. As of right now, these cars are still being prototyped, so this speech is a preview of what is to come. There are two main ways that flying cars are modeled. One is airplanes, and the other is helicopters. The ones that are like airplanes are called, or if you will say, are called flying airplane cars, and the helicopters are called VTOLs, which stands for vertical takeoff and landing. The main parts of a VTOL are the blades, the stabilizers, the engines, rotors that spin the blades, and the cockpit. While for a flying airplane car, it's stabilizers, engines, wings, and braking rotors. VTOLs are more common because they can make turns faster. The reason they create okay.
Are you okay? It's okay. You can take a quick break if you want to look over your notes and then come back to your point. That's fine too.
Can I restart?
You can start. Do you want to restart, start over your speech right now, or do you need time? Either way is fine. If you want to.
I can do it now.
Okay, sure. Whatever's comfortable with you, you can go ahead and do that. Don't worry, you got this. Take a deep breath. It's fine. It's all good. It's all right.
Remember the scene in Star Wars Attack of the Clones when Anakin and Obi-Wan went on a flying car chase to get Padme's attempted murder. Though this was originally fiction, we live in a world where this is possible. Flying cars are real and are being widely developed in many places. These may not look like the ones in Star Wars, but they perform better and the same as airspeeders do. For example, there's a company that has prototyped a flying car, which is self-driving and electric, essentially a flying Tesla. As of right now, these flying cars are still being prototyped, so this speech is a preview of what is to come. There are two main ways that flying cars are built. One is like an airplane, while the other is like a helicopter. The ones that are like helicopters are called VTOLs, which stands for vertical takeoff and landing. They're more common because they can make turns faster. The main parts of a VTOL are blades, rotors that spin the blades, cockpit, engine, and stabilizer. As for a flying airplane car, if you will, they're composed of wings, engines, stabilizers, and braking rotors. The main difference between these two is how they create lift. One is more gradual, while the other just goes straight up. Flying cars work just like regular ones, except when you turn the engine on, it lifts up. But before this, you need to fill in fuel, hydrogen or jet fuel, which you can do from the air if NASA creates the system. So let's step into the future. Picture this, a morning where you get ready and look outside your front door. A flying air taxi is waiting for you. You get in, close the door, and it takes you to your destination. You land on an air road, and then you see the sky resembling the one in Star Wars. The two main things in this that you need to really focus on is air roads and air taxis. First, air roads, air taxis. The reason I said air taxis, not your or your parents' car, is because no company is currently making a flying car for regular people to buy. Next, the air road. There needs to be takeoff and landing infrastructure for the flying airplane cars. And the air road, which NASA is developing, serves exactly this purpose. There are many great things about flying cars, but now let's look at its cons. One, affordability. Flying cars cost $10 million to manufacture, so your average Joe wouldn't be able to buy one. Next, safety. There needs to be safety rules, which are having a pilot's license, and not everyone has the time to get a pilot's license. Lastly, range. Flying cars only have 30 miles of range right now, which is insufficient, but it would be great for densely populated areas like Dubai. Flying cars have vast implications on the future. With the click of a button, we might be able to get an air taxi to come. And soon, we might be able to live our entire lives from above. Thank you.
Hi, Sanvi. That was an amazing speech. So flying cars are going to happen soon, as you already talked about. And I really liked how your speech was a great overview. And we have some background knowledge on it. And now, in case it happens, maybe not in the next month, maybe a year, we can always refer back to your speech and we can gain that knowledge from it. Thank you so much for choosing such a unique topic. And now we'll be going on to our next person. So the next person will be Sachit Balamurgan. Are you there? Sachit Balamurgan, are you there? Okay, so most likely he's not there. Is Tabishik Kumar there? Tabishik Kumar? No, okay, so Tabishik Kumar is not there. Is Varsha Kumaran there?
Yes.
Okay, great. So you'll be giving your speech now. Let's wait for another 30 seconds until the judges might be ready. But until then, you can drink some water or maybe just revise your notes or anything that'll help you for your speech.
Okay.
Participants, this competition is not going to determine whether you are a good speaker or a better speaker. It's an opportunity to use your to know your scale. It's an open platform for all the participants. So you guys relax and take a small, tiny, deep breath before you start.
Varsha, the judges are ready, so you can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, my name is Varsha, and I'm in fourth. Hi, my name is Varsha, and I'm in 7th grade, and I'm going to talk to you about the Great Green Screen. May I begin? Okay. So most of us have watched movies with crazy graphics or characters that might not be something you see in real life, like Bahubali or Harry Potter or Hulk and Voldemort. And you're right, you don't see them every day. This is because they're called CGI. And CGI stands for computer generated imagery. CGI is made possible with green screens, and that's what we're talking today. What is a green screen? A green screen basically just allows you to add a background or an image to anything or to any video or image you would like. And this background and image could be about anything you would like. And this can be done while editing. While editing, you can use a chroma key to composite 2 images or video streams together based on color hues. Now you might be like, okay, if you can do that, can't you just have any kind of background and then you can add your background to the video or image? Well, to add a background, your background of the video that you're standing in front of has to be a solid color. So this color could be pink, blue, purple, but in this case, it's green. And what you do is basically you tell the computer to change that green color or that specific color to transparent so you can see what's behind your video or your image. So you might be like, okay, if it can be any video, then why does it have to be green? If it can be any color, why is it green? This is because your hand, your skin, or your face don't have any shades of green in it. If we use any other colors like red or pink or orange, then the computer might think that we're also telling it to blur out part of our skin because our skin has those shades in them. So then we would be going in and out and we would be transparent ourselves. Now you can also use blue screens because blue is not in our skin tones or our face. And so it has the same process. So if you're using a green prop or wearing a green shirt, then you can use a blue screen instead of a green screen. Now, if you've seen behind the scenes videos, and you might have seen orange crosses or red crosses, and you might be like, why are they there? What do they have to do with having to change the background? Well, these orange crosses are placements or tracking markers, so the visual effects artists know where specific effects, including the background, go in relation to everything else on the screen. Now you might wonder, those are not green. How are they covered? This happens during the chroma key process. Any marker that isn't covered by an added image would need to be masked or removed. So some things you want to do with green screens and be careful of is you want to make sure that you have consistent lighting throughout your whole background. Now this is because sometimes when our lighting is uneven, we might see shadows behind us, and those shadows might deliver a different kind of shade in your background and disturb the image. You also want to make sure that you're standing a few feet away from the green screen behind you. And this is because when you have more area in front of you and the light,
the green light reflects green off of the green screen, and it comes on yourself, and it will blur out your skin, your shirt, and all your other things that you're holding and stuff. And lastly, the screen needs to be ironed. This is so there aren't any wrinkles. Like I said before, sometimes shadows can disturb the image, and this is the exact same thing with the wrinkles in your screen. Some things you don't want to do with green screen, so the computer doesn't change any part of you, is that you never ever want to wear the same shirt color as the screen. If you want to wear the same color, then you might want to use a different color screen.
Good job, Versha, but unfortunately your time is over.
Okay, thank you. I was finishing up as well.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to continue your speech and finish up?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that you also don't want to use a background color that will make you go in and out. And this means that colors that are part of your skin tone or your shirt. And you also don't want to wear shiny jewelry because the light might be reflecting onto your jewelry and it would make it go in and out as well. With that being said, I want to say thank you for the MTS Youth Committee for giving me this opportunity.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your technologically informative speech. When I was in grade 7 in my technology class in middle school, I remember I wore the same green colored shirt as the green screen. It was a disaster. So tell me about it. But so many other people, they probably don't know. And personally, when I was in grade 7, I did not know such fancy technical terms to describe things like green screen, right? So thank you for sharing knowledge with so many of us who probably weren't even aware of such technicalities that go beyond changing 2 different backgrounds or merging 2 different images. So thank you. But moving on, next question, we have Varshini Arun. Are you here with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect. So you can start whenever you're ready. I think the judges are ready too. So in about 20 seconds, fix your camera, turn your camera on if you haven't already. Make sure you're in the center of the focus so the judges can clearly see you. Maybe get a sip of water, whatever you need to do before you begin your speech. But other than that, you're good to go whenever you're ready.
My name is Varshini Arun and I'm going to grade 7. Today my topic is about how urbanization and growing cities affect agriculture. People in India have been cultivating the land for centuries. We have cared for Mother Nature, and in turn, she gave us sustenance. In India, agriculture has always gone hand in hand with civilization. But as cities grow and urbanization spreads to rural areas, agriculture is slowly dying out. There are several causes for this. Agriculture is an extremely unpredictable industry. A sudden drought can wipe out crops, and too much rain can flood fields and drown plants. While these events are unpredictable and can't be foreseen, they have drastic consequences on farmers. Jobs in cities are often more financially stable, and as a result, farmers and villagers with the qualifications for city jobs tend to gravitate towards cities. Another reason for agriculture's decline is that private enterprises that manufacture material goods often tap into groundwater resources for their water needs. Because of this, farmers must dig deeper to get water to irrigate their plants. A side effect of uncontrolled urbanization is that essential rivers like the Kaveri and the Ganga get polluted. This makes the water unclean and unsuitable for drinking or using. This greatly affects villagers who depend on the rivers for water. Money is another issue. Farmers are forced to depend on middlemen to sell their produce. But middlemen also have to be able to sell produce at a comfortable margin to be able to make a profit. Since the middleman is dictated by the market forces, this leads to the undervaluation of the farmer's crops and produce. This leads to the farmer to see city jobs as secure and less prone to fluctuations. These are some of the reasons which cause farmers to leave farming and pursue seemingly better opportunities. However, Awareness is increasing, and these issues are being brought to public consciousness through mainstream movies like Boomy, released in 2021, and songs like Enjoy and Jami, which focus on these topics. Agriculture is and will remain the heart and soul of Tamil Nadu, and we must do our part to help it regenerate and survive. Thank you.
Hi, Vashini. I really liked your speech. It was very informative. I really related to some of the parts when you talked about how like the water can also be like you're not supposed to drink it. I remember last time like I went to India, I also like my parents didn't tell me to drink the water because it might have like chemicals or something like that, like in the river and stuff. I remember that, so I kind of related, and I really like the message that you were spreading. And I really hope that you're proud of yourself because that was a really good speech. Okay, so now we're going to go to the next person. So it's going to be Vidyut Srinivasan. Are you there?
I'm present.
Okay, great. So it's time for you to give a speech, but before that, let's wait for another 30 seconds until the judges are ready. So before that. Okay, the judges are ready, and just remember that you can do this. Take a deep breath if you need to, or drink some water. You can do it. Good luck, and you'll do great.
Thank you. My name is Vidyut Srinivasan, and I'm going to grade 7. My topic is geopolitics. If you've seen the news lately, then you know about the Russian invasion of Crimea, the Chinese oppression of the Uyghurs and Tibetans, India's low-peace policy, and America's influence globally. If you want to know how these countries got to be what they are, then turn to geopolitics. It's the idea that a country's history and destiny are based on geography. We'll be looking at how that's true. First, the country is blessed by geography. The example that comes to mind is the United States. The United States is shielded by 2 oceans on either side. Canada, to the north, is already an ally, and Latin America is weak. The newly independent United States was vulnerable. European countries still had huge swaths of land next to it. To make sure there was no real threat to its existence, the United States reached the Pacific. The catch is that if the USA had to ever project power, it would need a giant navy. So it has one. Example 2, the United Kingdom. Exactly a century ago, a quarter of the world was painted red. An island the size of Uganda had the largest empire in history. Once again, geography has a part in this. Since the Brits were on an island, they were pretty well protected, while still being close enough to Europe to trade and exchange ideas. To control the sea, they had to have a huge navy, and they did. That's why they were actually able to reach distant colonies and occupy them. Now we will see a country crippled by geography, Russia. Russia has many flaws with its geography. First and foremost is their lack of access to the open ocean. Ports like Archangel and Murmansk freeze half the year. Vladivostok and the Pacific ports can be blocked by Japan, as they sit on the Sea of Japan. St. Petersburg can be blocked by NATO, as it sits on the Baltic. So this is why Russia has been leasing Sevastopol in Crimea from Ukraine. But when Ukraine was becoming pro-Western, Russia's sea access could be threatened, so they invaded. The next issue for Russia is the plain. Russia has good defenses everywhere but the West. The North European plain widens as it reaches the Russian border. Russia has been invaded this way a lot. The Napoleonic Wars, the Crimean War, World War I, and World War II, just to name a few. Now, Russia is crippled by these issues and more. Now you may be wondering, what about China and India? What about them? Now, China has good and bad geography. Its heartland is protected by buffer zones, and to the east is the sea. And with the sea, there's America, and its bases in Korea and Japan. It also has close ties with many island nations in the region. With the help of its allies, the US can blockade China, and China knows this. That's why they've been building bases in the South China Sea. They've also been making the Belt and Road Initiative, a land trade route to lessen their reliance on the sea. India has good land buffs with the Himalayas, the jungle to the east, and the Thar Desert on the border with Pakistan. To the south is the sea, and this sea is where China is expanding. They already have ports in the Indian Ocean like Gwadar, Hambantota, and Dhaka. Sorry. India, in turn, has been developing the Andaman Islands. They are close to the Malacca Strait, a choke point which most of China's trade passes through. But China just has more money to spend. But the Indian economy is growing quickly as well. India is also developing close relations with the nations of the Pacific. Now, a question you may be asking is how to determine good geography and how it ties back to history. Good ocean access is a definite plus if it can't be blocked by anyone. A verdict on flatland depends on circumstance. On the border, not good. In the border, good. Mountains are like a double-edged sword. Mountainous borders are great, and mountainous interiors could swing both ways. The impact on history is straightforward. Countries with good geography and a vision to take advantage of them have risen. Geography affects every decision made by every country in history. I hope you have appreciated how geography affects history. Thank you.
Thank you, Vidit, for your speech. I can see that you're so passionate about geopolitics and you know so much about so many different countries, not just one. I thought you were going to talk about one or two and you were done, but your list just kept going on. So good job. And I'm pretty sure that was a lot of information to take in for a lot of us, because that's a lot of things that people don't really know about, right? People don't know because they're just not aware, or they just don't try and make an effort to learn that. So thank you for presenting us that speech. So,
thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Of course. Next up, we have Yalini Rama Srinivasan. Are you here? Yalini Rama Srinivasan. I'm going to take that as a no. What about Ahana Suresh? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. I'll give you about 30 seconds to get your camera straight, do whatever you need to, revise a few points, maybe get a drink of water, so that allows time for the judges to get ready to score your speech, okay? Perfect.
Can I start?
Yeah, you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Ahana Suresh. I am 12 years old and I'm going to 8th grade, and the title of my essay is The World as We Know It. Now, I know some of you guys might think that pollution is nothing and you're sick of hearing this, but there's a lot more that meets the eye. The world is the place we call home, right? And without it, we would have no place to feel safe. And to this very day, we all have harmed our planet without even knowing it. We never appreciate the true beauty of nature. Instead, we ignore it all and keep on going with our day-to-day lives. But what if we wake up one day to find it all gone? Pollution is destroying the planet through air, water, and land. It's when the environment is contaminated by waste, chemicals, and other harmful substances. Just because we can't see anything doesn't mean it's not there. Wildfires and industrial chemicals cause air pollution, but the main reason is fossil fuels, which include coal, oil, and natural gas. Natural gas is also used for transportation, such as cars, planes, and motorcycles, which is part of our everyday lives. Some of us may not even be aware of the types of greenhouse gases in the air we breathe in, which include 82% carbon dioxide, 5% nitrous oxide, which is used by medical professionals for pain relief, and 4% of other gases. It also includes 9% of methane. Ever wonder where they come from? Cows. They produce methane through burping and farting. Pretty gross, am I right? Believe it or not, a bit of greenhouse gas is good because it keeps our planet at a pleasant 57 degrees Fahrenheit. But at this point, the Earth's temperature will rise due to the amount of greenhouse gases released into the atmosphere. Out of all the gases in the atmosphere, carbon dioxide contributes to the most global warming. But it's also in plants and us. Can you believe it? Air pollution leads to acid rain, cancer, asthma, and other diseases. It also damages the ozone layer, which protects us against harmful rays from the sun. We may see someone dump a can of cola in the ocean and think, who cares? It's none of my business. But guess what? It is. Some causes of water pollution are easy to see, such as the garbage in creeks, rivers, lakes, and oceans, or the release of oil and waste in the water by factories and cities. Others are the complete opposite, such as the chemicals farmers use to help their crops grow by killing pests and weeds. When these chemicals seep through the ground, they may make the groundwater unhealthy to drink. They may also drain into rivers and oceans, which may harm various life forms. We could put an end to this by using organic items, such as plants that keep pests away, or by having predators prey on the invaders instead. Debris from boats and submarines searching for life in the deep have also affected habitats. Fun fact, 20% of the world's electricity comes from water power. Littering is a form of land pollution because it can destroy homes and numerous life forms. Ever wonder where the paper bags for your grocery come from? It's this enchanted organism called trees. Some of these trees we cut down to make paper are over 100 years old. Think about how much carbon dioxide is being released into the air when these beneficial trees are being cut down. Chemicals from land pollution may spread into producers and harm the consumer. When we go to a beach, we'll notice families having picnics, and most of the time we throw our trash into a bin. Other times we might be careless and just toss it somewhere near habitats. By recycling, we're making sure that the environment is maintaining sustainability. Imagine if this world was polluted top to bottom, with no breathable air, no edible food, and no freedom to go outside and have a normal life. Every day, we create more and more technology, such as phones, computers, and iPods. Our everyday life becomes more advanced, and soon there will be no sign of nature, only man-made items. We need to take action now to assure that a situation like that never happens, so that the next generation knows true nature. Next time you do something, know what you're going to do and who it's going to affect. Thank you.
Hi, Hannah. Your speech was so good. I really liked the topic. It was very unique. I haven't heard anybody talk about pollution yet, or specifically like pollution in general. So great job. I really liked how you brought up some ways to combat pollution, and you really talked about the importance of it as well, especially since you talked about how you could not use plastic bags and stuff like that, and that really helped. I just could see that you put a lot of work into your speech, and great job. Kudos to you on that, and you should be really proud of yourself. Okay, so now we're not going to go to the next person, but we're going to check whether the absentees are back. So is Sajjan Balamurugan here? Okay, Sajjan Balamurugan is not here. Is Sachin Balamurugan here? Okay, I assume he's not there either. Is Tabishu Kumar here? I don't think so. Is Yalini Ramasrinivasan here? Okay, so they're not there either. Okay, so the next person is going to be Pranav Krishnan. Are you there? Is Pranav Krishnan there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me and see me well?
Yes, we can. Yeah, we can see you and hear you. Yes, yeah, we can. Okay, Pranav. Before I start, let's wait for a few seconds to see whether the judges are done grading for the last speech.
Okay.
Okay, so they should be done. And now, okay, so before you start, just remember that you can do it, and that you just need to like have confidence in yourself. And good luck.
Thank you. Okay. I'm Pranav Krishnan. I'm in 8th grade, and the title of my speech is something I would change about myself if I had the power to do so. If everyone is ready, then I will begin. I assume everyone is ready. Hey, how's the weather down there? What's up, Tiny? Have you gotten even shorter today, or is it just me becoming taller by the second? on with the same hurtful jokes over and over again. Sometimes it gets really annoying. I wish that a magical fairy would pop out of nowhere and grant me a wish to become a boy of normal height. Hi everyone, my name is Pranav Krishnan, and today I will be talking about something that I would change about myself if I was given the power to do so. I am sure all of you have some sort of clue on where my speech is heading towards. If you thought my wish is to become a boy of normal height, you are wrong. Stay tuned, people. As humans, we all want to be perfect. There's always one thing or the other that we would like to change about ourselves. This change could either be physical or emotional. When I was 7 and 8, I used to sit down and think for hours for ways for me to become taller, until the day I attended my school's talent show auditions. Something that I loved doing and I wanted to improve on was public speaking. So I went to the auditions and I aced it with my speech. The judges were pretty impressed because they gave me the golden opportunity to speak in front of the entire staff in the school district. The 500 people crowd who I spoke to were mesmerized and they gave me a standing ovation. I understood from that moment that my small body was capable of doing big things. The kids who once bullied me were dumbstruck. Yes, the one thing that I would change about myself is the way I appreciate myself for who I am. And I will always appreciate my talents and never feel bad about our deficiencies. As humans, never feel bad about our deficiencies and always treasure your talents. Instead of focusing on the things that you can't change, focus on the things that you can change and the things that you can improve further. Now, look, I understand that I cannot aim to reach for the stars using my height, but I will always be able to strive hard and reach for the stars using my talent, which is my voice. And for those of you who are listening, you can try to reach for the stars using your respective talent. In conclusion, happiness is not about what is on the outside. It is about what is on the inside. Never let your mind bully you into feeling bad about your physical limitations. Now, look, remember, you have the power to change the world if you put your mind into it. And yes, the kids who once bullied me now look up to me. Thank you for listening to my speech, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. Thank you for judging.
Pranav, I loved your speech. That was so cute. That was actually so fun to listen to. And personally, when you were asking about how people asked you, how's the weather down there? Trust me, I've gotten the question, how's the weather up there? Because I'm a little too tall for myself, my 6-foot self. Okay, so I understand that there are a few things that we wish we could change about ourselves, but like you said, happiness is not lying within things that are physical. So that's a really great message that you're spreading from your own personal experience. And the way you presented your speech was completely awesome. And now I see that why the 500 people that you presented in front of were completely mesmerized by your speech. Because so am I. And I'm pretty sure the judges are too. So good job and thank you for your speech. But for now, moving on to our next participant, which is Sai Santosh Balasubramaniam.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Just give us about 30 seconds so the judges have time to get ready to score your speech. But until then, you can get your camera fixed, get in the center, maybe take a sip of water, deep breath, whatever you need to in order to prepare yourself. Okay, you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, I'm Sai Santosh Balasubramaniam, and I am in 8th grade. I'm going to be talking about my favorite place in the world. I've been to a lot of places like Dubai, Muscat, and Oman. I've been to Malaysia, Singapore, Hong Kong, and a lot of other places. But one place which got my attention and which is really inspiring to me is New York, or known as Big Apple. That's because of all of the history and the architectural marvels which is present here in the New York. So New York is filled with a lot of people, about 4.4 million people, and it is also the financial capital of the entire United States of America. So since it has so many people, when you go there, you will never feel alone. You always have the rush, you always have the busyness, and then you always have this vibe which you get with all the people around you. So that's a really important reason why I like New York so much is because of all of the people around me. The second reason is because of the boiling pot of culture. There are people from over 200 different nationalities who have come and settled in New York, and which has influenced New York's way it's been built. Its architecture's examples include Chinatown, Japantown, Koreantown, and so many other places and different types of churches, the synagogue where the Jewish people, pray. So there are different types of architectures which have been which have been uh, decided by other cultures. And another example include the cuisines. And New York is known for the best Jewish food in the entire world. So that's a really important thing. And New York also has different types of languages, like French, Spanish, and all of those really good languages. So that's my second point. The third point I want to talk about is the attractions. So the biggest attraction, obviously, in New York is the Statue of Liberty. So when you look at a movie, when you look at any Hollywood movie, and when other people look at America, they first think about the Statue of Liberty because that's one of the wonders of the world and it's one of the most famous monuments of the United States, which they take a lot of pride about. And it's a pretty famous monument around the world. And other attractions also include the Times Square, which is the most lively place of New York. It's in the heart of New York. Um, the Empire State Building, the World Trade Center, the Central Park, and there's too many to name. I can't name that many, but there's a lot. There's a lot. Um, and the last reason that I really want to talk about is how quickly New York can adapt to all of its changes. So right now, as you know, when the COVID-19 pandemic first struck the United States, it actually struck New York, and we all saw that these many people were dying, these many people are getting affected, the hospitalizations, the COVID cases, and that was really sad to hear. But in a span of 3 to 4 months, right now, if you open like CNN or Fox News or anything, like at least you won't see a single case of COVID in New York, or it's very minimal. And I just love the way that they just control everything and they got everything under control. So that's a really big thing I look up in New York, and that's inspired me. Another big event is when the World Trade Center got hit at the 2001 September 9. And after that, they quickly rebuilt everything. And now the World Trade Center looks way better than it used to. So in conclusion, I really like the history, the architectural marvels, the boiling pot of cultures, the attractions, the way New York adapts to all of these different types of situations. And so yeah, that's these are like the main reasons why I like New York amongst any other place. Thank you.
Hi, Sai Santosh. That speech was amazing. I really liked how you talked about something that you really, really like. New York is something that I like too. I really like how there's Broadway there and there's a lot of famous people and the food. There's a lot of culture there. I'm glad that you brought up a lot of points in your speech. It was super informative. And now we're going to go to the next person. And before I do that, let's check if the absentees that we called out before are here now. So we'll start off with Sajjan Balamurgan. Are you there? Going once, going twice? No. Is Sachit Balamurgan there? Okay, I assume not. And then is Yalni Ramasrinivasan there? No. Okay. So next person is going to be Tejasvi Manoj. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Hi. So are you ready to give your speech?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So just quick reminders, make sure you're in front of the camera and you're ready, right? Do you need some water or?
No, I think I'm ready.
Okay, great. Good luck.
Thank you.
And before we do that, let's check if our judges are ready. Let's wait for another 20 seconds. Okay, they're ready. You can go.
Hello, my name is Tejasvi Manoj. I am an incoming 8th grader, and the title of my speech is The 3 Ps in a Pod. What do you want to do when you grow up? Yes, I know, all mothers, fathers, their mothers, and their fathers, everyone basically asks that question. And I know a lot of you have already spoken about it. But I want you to really think about it right now. Just take a few seconds and ask yourself, what impact do I want to have on the world? And how can I do that? Now, the simplest, most straightforward answer would be, I just want to do some good in the world. You need to dive deeper into the subject. How can I make a difference? What steps should I take to make this difference? Today, I'm going to introduce you to what I call the 3 Ps and what you need to make a difference: passion, patience, and perseverance. Number 1, you need passion. Passion is a strong liking or desire to do something. You cannot say, I want to ride a unicycle with my hands on the pedals while singing the alphabet song. You have to say, I can ride a unicycle with my hands on the pedals while singing the alphabet song. You need to believe in yourself and what you can do. It is necessary to have a need or a will. Once you have those, you can find a way. Vanellope from Wreck-It Ralph is the worst at driving her car in the game. She faces intense bullying and is let down by a lot of people, but that never stopped her. She has a love and a passion for the game that can be found nowhere else. So she continued to work hard. She continued to fix her car. She continued to practice in many different ways. And while she lost many wars, in the end, she won the battle. Having only passion or drive is not enough. We need the second P, which is patience. Patience ties to time. It is tricky, not easy at all. It is knowing that whatever goal you are trying to reach is going to take some time. But in the end, it will all be worth it. Nothing is going to come overnight. You need to wait and work for it. A great example of this is Moana. When Moana goes on her expedition to find Te Fiti, she encounters a lot of problems. Navigating uncharted waters, Maui being a complete jerk to her, and the shiny, annoying crab, Tamatoa. However, she exhibits patience along the way. She does her best to understand the flow of the water, assists Maui with his problems, and finally finds Te Fiti and restores the balance of nature in the world. We talked about passion and patience, which leads us to the third P in the pod, perseverance. You are going to face challenges along the way, and they will be anything but easy, but you should never waver your stance. Remember, you only fail when you give up trying. In the movie Zootopia, Judy Hopps is let down by a lot of people. As a bunny, she is told that she is worthless and that she can never become a cop. But does she quit? No. Instead, she keeps on trying in the face of difficulty, using her own techniques to become top of her class and a police bunny. She relentlessly pursues in her career to prove herself and never gives up. I won't give up, no, I won't give in till I reach the end and then I'll start again. She is not going to give up. She isn't going to give in. She perseveres throughout the entire movie, and in the end, she saves the city of Zootopia as a whole. She makes an impact with her perseverance. Passion, patience, and perseverance. The 3 ingredients for success. The 3 things you need to create an impact on the world. You can do something that can change history. You just need a little bit of love, a little bit of time, and a lot of never giving up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tejasvi, for that wonderful speech. And I love how you used really common examples from movies that are very well known to people so they can actually relate to what you're saying in a much easier manner than just understanding the 3 Ps, right? So thank you for that. That was probably really inspiring for a lot of us in trying to get us back on track to make sure that we face whatever adversity it is. So thank you, and we'll be moving on to our next participant. And I assume that Sajjan Balamorgan is here right now. So would you like to present your speech, or would you need some time?
I would like to present now.
Sajjan Balamorgan, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Could you speak up a little bit? I don't think a lot of people can hear you.
Should I start saying it?
Yes, you can start your speech, but could you speak a little louder and make sure you introduce yourself before? Okay, perfect. That's a lot better.
Hi, my name is Sajjan Balamorgan, and I chose a leader that changed the world. The leader that I chose was Mahatma Gandhi because he helped India. A leader that changed the world was Mahatma Gandhi. When Gandhi was little, he was scared of snakes and he was not good at multiplication in sports like soccer. Once his teacher told him to copy from another boy's paper because one of his spelling words was wrong. But Gandhi said he did not want to copy others' work, and his teacher scolded him. However, there was one thing that was worth copying. It was an example for Gandhi that he wanted to copy. It was Satyagraha, meaning truth force. He was a great leader who showed nonviolence to India and people. Gandhi was born on October 2nd, 1869. When Gandhi went to India, he had to do a case for a witness. He dressed very fancy for this case to impress people, but unfortunately, Gandhi failed that case. Then in his train to South Africa for another case, Gandhi bought first class in the train. But the white people said to go to third class because he was Indian. But Gandhi refused and got kicked out of the train. Once Britain took over India. When Gandhi started protesting, he got thrown in jail. After 6 years of being in jail, he got out of jail because of medical issues. And if he dies, lots of people will start fighting against Britain. So that's why he got out of jail. Then they started protesting again with the power of truth force. He also did the Salt March, which was 240 miles by walking, so they can break a law that every Indian don't have to use the things that Britain sells. Britain stole about 45 trillion Indian money and escaped from India. But unfortunately, Gandhi got shot by Natar Vinayak Gadze. Natar Vinayak Gadze killed Gandhi because he wanted to show that Hindu can be intolerant. Gadze said Gandhi betrayed the Hindu religion and culture by supporting Muslims at the expense of Hindus because his lectures were directed at and accepted by the Hindu community only. Then Natar Vinayak Gadze went to jail since he shot Gandhi. Gadze was in prison for 1 year. Gandhi helped our nation become more powerful and stronger. Thank you.
Hi, Sajjan. Great speech. I really like how you chose somebody who's a super influential person. Gandhi means a lot to all Indians because he's the reason why we're all not still in India, and like Britain isn't governing us. So thank you so much for choosing such a good speech and giving such a good speech as well. You should be really proud of yourself. Okay, so Sajjan, is your brother Sachin? Sajjan? Okay, is Sachin Balamorgan there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Could you give your speech now?
Oh yeah.
And let's wait if the judges are ready for another like 20 seconds.
I'm sorry.
Let's wait for another 20 seconds for the judges.
Okay.
Okay, they're ready. You can begin.
I can begin, right?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sacha Morgan. I'm in 7th grade, and my topic is a leader that changed the world. A leader that changed the world. There are many leaders that have made a big difference in this world, but I think Martin Luther King Jr. is among the important leaders because he uses peaceful methods to help America understand that all people should be treated equally. He once said that darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. He's trying to say that if someone hates you, don't show more hate, but instead show more love. Martin Luther King Jr. fought his way through segregation and inequality and made his point. He was born on January 15, 1929 in Atlanta, Georgia. Back then, Blacks were not treated equally like whites. They had to use different restrooms and go to different schools. When Martin Luther King Jr. saw Rosa Parks getting arrested for not giving her a seat, he started a boycott with the help of Joanne Robinson. His house was bombed and he was thrown in jail for the boycott. But that did not stop him. And in 1956, a Supreme Court decision was made that banned all segregated buses. The March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom was arranged with the help of Martin Luther King Jr. and other groups. More than 250,000 people gathered in Washington, D.C. on August 28, 1963. It was designed to illuminate the political and social challenges confronting African Americans. At the moment, he said his famous speech, "I Have a Dream." The speech talked about how he wanted to see both whites and colored people to be treated equally. Martin Luther King Jr. also said that the U.S. made a promise to all. The U.S. Constitution and Declaration of Independence, which declared that America would be a land of freedom where all men are created equal. Despite the proclamation's tremendous promise, he claims that Black Americans are still not free. They experience severe discrimination and segregation. They're unable to participate in society completely. They continue to live in horror compared to white Americans. According to Martin Luther King Jr., U.S. founding documents, the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence promise all Americans unalienable rights, but that people of color have not been able to fully enjoy those rights. The situation is compared to a bad check, suggesting that American institutions have failed to deliver on their promises on the bad check. The march, he aimed to call attention to inequality and segregation. He was describing that hate can be controlled by showing love. He helped everyone understand how America was supposed to be. After that, there was new laws that were made. New laws such as the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights of 1965. And in 1964, he got the Nobel Peace Prize for his hard work and dedication. So in the end, he moved millions of people and changed the future for America. He was an amazing leader and social activist. He changed the world for the better. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for your sweet session about Martin Luther King Jr. and how his impact still stays because of his historical significance in relation to discrimination and segregation. That's a really good rundown of things that have been really important in the past and should be continued to be as an important factor in our future as well. So thank you for that. But for now, we will be moving on to our next participants. Before that, let's see if any of your previous participants are back now. So that would be Tavishi Kumar and Yalini Rama Srinivasan. If either of y'all are here, please let us know so that we can make sure that y'all present your speeches. If not, we'll be moving on. Okay, I'm gonna take that as a no, but for now, next person is Anish Vijay. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. You can give us about 30 seconds so that the judges can get ready to score your speech. But until then, do whatever is necessary to prepare yourself for the speech. And I will let you know when you can begin, okay? Perfect, thank you. Okay, we're ready whenever you are.
Hello everyone, my name is Anish Vijay. I'm in 9th grade. Today I'm going to talk about a very interesting and motivating topic. Failures are the stepping stones for success. In this, I'm going to talk about my own personal experiences. When I was 8 years old, I started playing soccer. Back then, I didn't know how to play soccer and I wanted to start playing with very little knowledge of the game. Seeing my interest in playing soccer, my parents put me on a soccer team. However, during soccer practice, my teammates saw my play and made fun of my movements. I was embarrassed and humiliated to the core. After soccer practice, I came home upset and with a sad face. Seeing this, my parents gave me a lot of encouragement and self-motivation. In the first game of the tournament, I got a chance to play for my team. In this, an opponent kicked me and fouled me. I was badly hurt and injured, and I couldn't play for the next few games. I was really bummed, and I really wanted to recover from my injury. So soon afterwards, I worked hard and I recovered from my injury, and I got a chance to play. This time, my team was playing in another crucial game. I really wanted to impress the coach and score a goal, so I hoped that I would. And I did score a goal, but unfortunately, it just didn't come in the right way. I scored an own goal, which meant I scored against my own team, and I was the reason for my team's defeat. I was really sad. The coaches, the players, and the parents were all really mad at me for making the team lose. I was really sad and I came home upset and I told my parents that I should quit playing soccer as I'm not fit to play the game. However, my parents gave me even more self-motivation and encouraged me to continue playing. This time, my parents introduced me to something called a SWOT analysis. SWOT stands for strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. We identified all of those and we started practicing with all my strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Soon, with a lot of practice, all my weaknesses turned into strengths. After a few months, I thought I was ready. Now I had to impress the coach to get my opportunity to play in the next tournament. So I started practicing and working really, really hard at practice. Seeing this, my coach decided he was going to give me another chance after he saw me working really, really hard in soccer practice. So I got a chance to play in the semifinals. In the semifinals, I was able to handle the situation well. I scored 2 goals to everybody's surprise, and I helped my team go to the finals of the tournament. In the finals, I scored 3 goals and led my team to victory. My team had lifted the tournament cup, and I was really, really proud. Then I saw my dad giving me a thumbs up after the game had finished. Then I realized that failures, hard work, efforts, self-motivation all pave way to success. And I remembered all his messages and I finally realized that was true. I'd like to share the achievers that have seen failures and then succeeded. Abdul Kalam, he is the missile man of India. His Agni missile failed, and with a lot of hard work and dedication, he worked hard and made the mission into a success. Thomas Edison, he failed more than 1,000 times while trying to create the light bulb. Abraham Lincoln, he lost in 7 American presidential elections before winning the 8th election. Michael Jordan, he got dropped from his high school basketball team, and with a lot of hard work, he is now one of the best basketball players of all time. Cristiano Ronaldo, he's one of the greatest soccer players of all time. In his younger days, he was criticized for not being able to score any goals, and now with a lot of hard work, he scores a ton of goals. Few others like Walt Disney, Steve Jobs, Bill Gates also failed many times before succeeding. Most people fear failure, but it just doesn't prevent success. Actually, failure can lead to success as long as we learn from it. Failure is one of the keys to success because it teaches us more. Now with this, I just remembered Tamil actor Vivek's comedy scene. He stated, "Eppadi irundana ipdi aita, eppadi irundana ipdi aita," which means how I was before and how I am now. If you look at my history in the last 5 years, I've improved so much from a novice to a mature player, and I'm still learning. Today, I'm one of the key players in my team, without which my team can't succeed. To conclude, I would like to reiterate the fact that failures, hard work, self-motivation, and efforts are all the stepping stones for success. And don't forget to do your SWOT analysis. It's going to help you in life a lot. I'd like to thank Metroflex Tamil Sangam for providing me this wonderful opportunity. Vanakkam.
Hi, Nish, your speech was so good. I really liked how you linked it to something like your own personal experience.
Mm-hmm.
And you brought up your like idols and like Abdul Kalam, and you brought up your own quote, your mother tongue. which was really good. I really admired your speech and good job. You should be proud. Okay, so now we're going to check whether one of the people who came before are here now. Is Tavishik Kumar here? Okay, I don't think Tavishik Kumar is here. So we can just move on to the next person. That's going to be Rohan Sendilkumar. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. So you'll be giving your speech now. Are you ready?
Just give me 10 seconds.
Okay, great. And we'll wait for another 30 seconds for the judges to get ready. Okay, the judges are ready, so you can begin.
Jerry Seinfeld once said that birthdays are merely symbolic of how another year's gone by and how little we've grown. No matter how desperate we are that someday a better self will emerge, with each flicker of the candles on the cake, we know it's not to be. That for the rest of our sad, wretched, pathetic lives, this is who we are to the bitter end, inevitably and irrevocably. Now I know that challenging Jerry Seinfeld is like telling a group of avid tree huggers that hugging trees is illegal, but I'm going to anyway. You see, the world is made of people who are just focused on their troubles. Like maybe their car broke down and they spent the whole day whining about it. Or a job promotion was given to their colleague, Joe, with that perfect white smile of his. So he made him his lifetime enemy and changed his son's name from Joe. But there are other people who, regardless of the challenges life throws at them, look at the bigger picture and stay motivated. The people who adopt this sort of mindset view the world through a holistic perspective, and oftentimes have become very successful, as evidenced by the likes of Steve Jobs. Why am I here today? Definitely not to ask rhetorical questions like my English teacher, but to inform each and every one of you about the holistic mindset, its benefits, and how you can incorporate it into your lives so that you can decide if and how you want to change for the better. Did you know that more money is spent on drugs for baldness over drugs for malaria? It's actually pretty justified because baldness, it's a terrible thing, and many are affected greatly. And even though malaria kills more, baldness obviously takes more precedence. On a serious note, if we look at the world as a whole system, it makes more sense to invest in drugs for malaria or medicines for malaria, because it would mean that less people die and cause less suffering. And at that point, baldness just seems insignificant. That is the sort of thinking that occurs with the holistic mindset. In essence, the holistic mindset is the ability to see things as a whole, to understand and predict the many types of relationships between the elements in a complex system, and also perceive the whole picture through sensing large-scale patterns. There's also a mind-body holistic aspect, which means taking care of all aspects of yourself and making sure that you take good, healthy decisions from a well-rounded perspective. This mindset also makes you understand that it is important to find balance with whatever you do, because humans are all affected by internal and external forces. And in order to think with a clear mind, it is important to find balance first. Now, if this was anything like health insurance, which, think about it, it might actually be, you guys will all be desperate to know what sort of benefits there are with this mindset. But like all insurance plans, it doesn't cover every type of event. I know, it's disappointing. Anyways, being holistic allows us to view the clear picture of things. Since you're able to see a whole scenario/situation as it is, rather than just parts of a puzzle, you can propose direct, appropriate, and instant solutions upon it. Ideas tend to be more direct, with less complexities, and by posing clear yes and no questions. Also, since your life is balanced, it is proven that there are less issues with mental health and greater overall happiness. However, because being holistic is so all-inclusive, it investigations very challenging and complex. Also, it can be non-specific when trying to solve a problem because, say for instance, you have to look at a tiny aspect of the big picture to solve a problem. But when you view that big picture, that tiny aspect which you need may seem insignificant and you might skip over it. Now that we know what being holistic is all about, let's talk about how you yourself can become holistic. There are 5 main things that you need to incorporate into your life in order to attain a holistic mindset: self-care, self-awareness, healthy sustainable habits, education/personal growth, and finally and most important, houseplants, because those are obviously the solution to everything. First, let's start with self-care. Self-care is pretty self-explanatory. It's just caring for and making sure that your health is in good condition, such as taking a break from work, playing your favorite sport. It doesn't matter as long as it enriches your health. Next, self-awareness. Again, as it sounds. Be aware of your surroundings, everything including yourself. Know what you're feeling, thinking, your impulses, or express yourself through emotional outlets, such as drawings or journals, so that you can gain a deeper understanding of yourself, your biases, so that you can become more objective and reasonable when it comes time to make a decision. Then, sustainable habits. That basically means to practice things that you can practice for life without having to worry about when they might bite you in the back, like your little sister, or not eating. Finally, and most important, personal growth. In what ways can you learn, grow, and improve? What choices can you make to push yourself past your comfort zone, take action, and strive towards your best self? For me, part of living with a holistic mindset is following my intuition and doing things in service of my growth, even if they are out of my comfort zone. And that means taking a new job position, traveling someplace new, or speaking in front of a crowd. Taking opportunities for personal growth is key. In conclusion, being holistic is considering all aspects of yourself and your surroundings in order to live as your best self, or as close as we can get to that anyways. Whether or not you decide to become holistic or incorporate aspects of this mindset into your life, I implore each and every one of you to consider whether or not you are at your best. And remember that being holistic is different for everyone, and its true goal is to help you reach your dreams. And with that, thank you for listening, and let's prove Jerry wrong.
Okay, Rohan, thank you for your speech. That was actually a really practical and an interesting way to explain to people why it's important to be holistically happy and successful, and how to overcome things that usually people have a great deal of time struggling with. So thank you for that. It would have been really helpful to all the people in here, at least some of us at least. So thank you. And I think that's the last speech for today, unless we have Tavishi Kumar here, which I don't think so. So I think this is a good stopping point for all of us, and that's the end of the speeches for today.
Oh, guys, you guys are the participants. You guys are really unbelievable. I don't know what to say, really. That was really awesome. Everyone did rock, and you guys did a wonderful job. But, I would say definitely half of the people, one day you guys will be in a Congress. I would like to invite Rohit Kumar. He is going to give the final closing speech. Before that, I would like to invite our judges to give their comments once again. Okay, judges.
Well, so these were the 7th, 8th grade through 11th grade speeches, and they showed a high level of complexity, great understanding of their topics. A lot of people had really in-depth research, and there was a lot of there were a lot of jokes in there. I really enjoyed listening to all these speeches. They were really engaging. They had me hooked from the start to the finish, and basically it was a great time, and it was a pleasure judging you guys.
I also want to say the same thing. I mentioned before being really shocked about how young the kids were, and this group of kids are more my age. They're more closer to my age, and I still think that the topics you guys chose, the interest you guys showed, and of course the jokes and the connections towards the audience and the judges were really amazing. I want to reiterate that I learned a lot from all of this, so thank you guys.
Yeah, I basically wanted to say a lot of the same things that Sridevi said. Like everyone in this group was a lot closer to my age than the first group. And they did have a lot more personal topics, which was really refreshing. And also a lot of them tied in an emotional perspective to it, which I thought was really amazing. And everyone did a really great job. So I just wanted to say great job once again.
Yeah, so I think Rishi did a good job saying whatever I wanted to say. I was hooked from the beginning to the very end. Every single one of you guys showed like some sort of passion for what you guys were speaking about. You guys sounded like you wanted to be there, and you guys talked from like your own personal lives. And whenever you're giving a speech, talking from your own personal stance is always a great way to show passion or reflect that you actually want to be here, or just show the audience that you have enthusiasm for the topic. And so many of you guys reflected that in your speech, and I thought that was such a great component of your speech.
It was really, really engaging, and then I thoroughly liked it. And as Sridevi and Salmika said, it's like they're close to my age too, so it's like I could relate more than like I could in the previous one. But it was really, really fun hearing everyone's speech.
Oh, thank you, judges. Timers, would you like to give some viewpoints to the participants? Timers, Avinash, Abhinav.
I think that everyone did great, and like everyone else said, they're also closer to my age group as well.
Abhinav?
Yeah, these speeches were very interesting to listen because of the high level, the topics were more, they knew more about their topics, and it was way more in-depth. So it was exciting to listen to these speeches.
Okay, and do we have supporters, Shreya and Veda?
Yeah, sure. I'm really happy to see all the participants participating, and these group of students are closer to our age, so it's really cool to see how they can incorporate their own experiences into their speech, and I can really relate to them. Good job, guys.
And Veda?
Yeah, I basically felt the same thing. Considering how I did when I was younger, I just feel these guys are doing amazing, and I appreciate the group of people who are supporting them constantly and encouraging them when they're nervous, because I can understand how much you need encouragement when you're nervous. Yeah, good job, guys. Keep it up.
Thank you. How about Zoom coordinators? Few votes from you guys.
Yeah, I also thought that all the kids who participated were very talented, and that many of their topics interested me, like the mother tongue one and the one about the ones about climate change. Those were very good.
Okay. Before we do the closing speech, I would request parents and MTS board members and our volunteers stand up, and we can give a big clap to our participants. That's my humble request to everyone. Okay, thank you guys. Would you like to invite Rohit, yes, Rohit Kumar. For this closing speech?
Yeah, so that will conclude our youth speech competition today. Thank you and good luck to every single participant who participated, all the students, everyone. We wish you the very, very best in the future. All of you are going to do great things, we can tell from the speech. And another big thank you to our donors, whose donations will go towards supporting COVID relief in India. So this is for a great cause. And with that said, we hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Results will be posted soon, so keep an eye out for that. And yeah, thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, volunteers. Would you guys please stay on the Zoom call for a few more minutes? Thank you, participants.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Auntie, you're muted if you're saying something.
Jafira, you can end the recording and the meeting.